really nice. They're doing a lot of good in the community at a time of year when we could use it too.
Does anybody else wish to come make public comment? Anybody at all? Seeing no one, I'm going to close public comment, and we'll move on to recognition. Mr. Rockford.
Morning. It's my pleasure to introduce to you the latest in what's shaping up to be a good line of interns that we've had, free interns, I will add, with the town of Nags Head. Amanda Tucker comes to us from University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. She's a student in the Albemarle Ecological Field Study Group. She is a goalkeeper, senior goalkeeper for the Tar Heel women's soccer team. She is from Seminole, Florida. She has been a welcome addition to the Planning and Development Department. She is doing a research project on looking at ways to encourage the use of solar panels in the town of Nags Head. We're very fortunate to have her. Very looking forward to the remaining part of the year that we'll have to work with her, and so it's my pleasure to introduce to you Amanda Tucker. Just go up and sit in your time.
Welcome aboard.
Excited to have you.
It's good to see you. Good to see you as well. Thank you. Yes.
Morning, Mayor,
Good morning, Chief.
Board. I'm proud to present firefighter EMT John Wilkinson today to the Board of Commissioners for his recognition and 5-year service award. John takes on all fire suppression and prevention tasks with energy and enthusiasm. John and his wife Nancy live in Kill Devil Hills and are enjoying their 4th year of marriage. Is Nancy here? Is Nancy here?
Oh, she's not here.
Okay, all right. John came to us with 20 years of police and fire experience in the city of Portsmouth, Virginia. While there, he completed a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. He is an excellent acting officer, a great communicator, and a safe driver-operator. He's committed to customer service vision in the fire service. On July 20th of this year, John helped extinguish a large early morning brush fire between 2 oceanfront cottages. Without the team's quick action and experience, we very well might have had sustained life safety exposures and severe property loss. John is always eager to help those who need assistance and is first in line to take on any new project, from singing at our various memorial services to vehicle maintenance and repair. John's musical talents and interest in guitars is well known at the fire station, and he performs regular at Station 16 in his regular church services. John is a born entertainer. I think he might have another career at some point. And Nags Head is proud to have the first rock and roll firefighter on the Outer Banks. John is looking forward to a long career with Nags Head Fire Department, and we're very pleased to have him as a member of the team.
Great job, John.
John, come back for just a second. I've got a certificate of recognition we'd like to present to you. And this is upon the occasion of your 5-year anniversary. On September 11th, 2006, John began employment with the town of Nags Head. This certificate is awarded as a testimonial of John's loyal and dedicated service over the past 5 years. His dedicated interest and devotion to duties in the fire department has had a lasting and valuable effect on the well-being of the town and its citizens, and deserves this recognition. The town of Nags Head extends its best wishes to John for continued success and many more productive years with the town. Congratulations. 5 years, just a start, tip of the iceberg.
It's a
Thank you very much.
restart. Retread.
Michelle Gray is being recognized for 15 years of service to the town. Prior to coming to the town, Michelle worked for Centura Bank for 13 years. She was hired in 1996 as office assistant deputy town clerk. I would like to thank Michelle for her 15 years of dedicated service to the board, to the town manager, to the town manager's office. She has always done her job without complaint, including the tasks that I give her, which are basically the tasks that I don't want to do. That's what I give her. I have always enjoyed working with Michelle, and I'm looking forward to working with her for many years to come. Congratulations.
I know how much you love the limelight and to be center stage. We do have a nice certificate of appreciation presented on the occasion of your 15-year anniversary. On October 1st, 1996, Michelle began employment with the town of Nags Head. This certificate is awarded to recognize Michelle's loyal and dedicated service over the past 15 years. Her dedicated interest in doing a good job during her tenure as office assistant deputy town clerk has had a positive and valuable effect on the well-being of the town and its citizens and visitors. The Town of Nags Head Board of Commissioners recognizes Michelle's contributions over the past 15 years and expresses its sincere appreciation to her. Best wishes are extended to Michelle for her continued success and many more productive years with the town. Thank you very much. It's a quick 15.
Thank you.
Michelle, always a good job. Thank you.
Are you nervous?
Speech.
Thank you.
Good one, Carolyn.
Payback.
Chief Zork.
I'd like to thank the board for approving the resolution to recognize National Fire Prevention Week. It's always the second week in October, and it memorializes or remembers the Great Chicago Fire of 1871. And so, we take that time to try and prevent such great conflagrations and know that it's happened in the past, and it certainly can happen in the future. It's good for us to know that fire can strike anywhere, in buildings, automobiles, outdoors. But fires that affect our homes are often the most tragic and the most preventable. Over 75% of fire fatalities happen in home fires. This year's National Fire Prevention Week theme is Protect Your Family from Fire. And you can protect your family in the most effective way is by making sure that you have a smoke detector installed and operable on every level of your home and in all your sleeping areas, and make sure these are maintained. This is the single most effective method that you can use to detect and make sure your family knows what it sounds like and they can get out in case of a fire. Practicing those exit drills in the home is something I want to stress as well. And if you want to learn more about smoke detectors, installation, and service and maintenance and exit drills in the home, you can come to our Nags Head Fire Rescue Youth Fire Prevention Open House, and that will occur on Tuesday, October 11th, 2011, from 5:30 to 8 p.m. over at Fire Station 16. Children can practice fire escapes in the Dare County Fire Safety Trailer. That's there for them to practice in. The Kill Double Hills Pluggy, little robot will be there, and he's always a great attraction and fun for the kids. You get to spray a real fire hose if you want to come and do that. There'll be free pizza and drinks, and Magic Mike will be there to give balloons to the kids. So everybody's invited, and Nags Head Police and Ocean Rescue will provide some fun educational opportunities as well. So hope everybody can make it out. It'll be a great.
Give us
time.
that day one more time, Kevin.
That's Tuesday, October 11th from 5:30 to 8 p.m. over at Fire Station 16. And we will look forward to seeing everybody there.
Well, I am going to go ahead and read this proclamation, so we'll know what we're voting on. Whereas the town of Nags Head is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting our state, and whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where people are at greatest risk from fire, and whereas roughly 3,000 people die as a result of home fires and burns, more than 200,000 individuals are seen in the nation's emergency rooms for burn injuries, and whereas cooking is the leading cause of home fires and home fire injuries, while heating equipment and smoking are the leading causes of home fire deaths, And whereas the Town of Nags Head Fire Rescue Department is dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education. And whereas the Town of Nags Head residents are responsive to public education measures and are able to take personal steps to increase their safety from fire, especially in their homes. And whereas residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire. And whereas the 2011 Fire Prevention Week theme, Protect Your Family from Fire, effectively serves to remind us all of the simple actions we can take to stay safer from fire during Fire Prevention Week and year-round. Therefore, I, Bob Oakes, Mayor of Town of Nags Head, do hereby proclaim October 9 through 15, 2011 as Fire Prevention Week. I urge all citizens of Nags Head to protect their homes and families by heeding the important safety messages of Fire Prevention Week 2011 and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of the Town of Nags Head Fire Rescue Department. This is the 5th day of October, 2011. And if we can have a motion?
Move to adopt.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you very
It's
much.
a worthy cause.
Okay.
Our next item is Sheila Davies. Good morning, Sheila. And Albemarle Hospital Foundation. And Sheila's going to give us some information about the Missions of Mercy Partnership and telepsychiatry services.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be with you this morning to share really wearing two hats, two completely different services, but they are programs that are of a great benefit to our community. So first I'm going to talk about what I do professionally with Albemarle Hospital Foundation as the project director for telepsychiatry. We have a brief PowerPoint that we'll share, but to start with, I do work for Albemarle Hospital Foundation, and that's the nonprofit arm of Albemarle Health. And as such, they work with grantors and funders, and the Duke Endowment provided a large grant to Albemarle Hospital Foundation to work with all of the University Health System hospitals to implement telepsychiatry. Skip one more. So basically, telepsychiatry is kind of a big word, but to break it down, I mean, that's a technical definition there on the screen. But really what it is using secure video conferencing equipment to give access to patients that are here or here in the Outer Banks Hospital, access to a psychiatrist somewhere else in the state, or it could be anywhere, but we've contracted with the group out of Jacksonville, North Carolina. And this is important really in all of your rural hospitals and rural areas because you often can't afford to have a psychiatrist at your hospital 24/7. And when people present to the emergency department with a mental health or substance abuse emergency, they really need to be stabilized certainly by the team that's already in the hospital, but they need the attention of a specialist to really do a complete psychiatric evaluation and make recommendations specific to that person's crisis. Quickly, just to note some of the partners, this project is kind of managed or overseen by a team, representative each. There's a representative of each of the University Health System hospitals. East Carolina Behavioral Health, they are our local management entity. That's what the LME stands for, overseeing the mental health and substance abuse services in Dare County. The other LMEs listed there oversee services in some of the other counties we're working in. One of our partners is East Carolina University School of Medicine. They have a large telemedicine department, and we've been working with them. And the last partner, Coastal Carolina Neuropsychiatric Center, they are the group that we contracted with out of Jacksonville. They have 9 psychiatrists, 8 psychologists, a lot of mid-level practitioners. They're a large firm, and they can handle the capacity of this project to be able to serve the volume of patients that we anticipate. This project is modeled after a very successful project that started about 2.5 years ago in South Carolina, where they're doing this same thing but on a large scale. They have about 30 hospitals participating in their project. And they were seeing the same thing. They were seeing long lengths of stay for patients in the emergency department, either waiting on placement to an inpatient facility or trying to get them stabilized with their medication. And they're running into the same struggles of not having psychiatrists or not being able to afford to put a psychiatrist in each hospital. Well, by putting 30 hospitals together in their project, they've seen a 50% reduction in the length of stay. And what that basically is the time that a patient's sitting in your emergency department. And as anyone that's been in a hospital knows, or an emergency department, you want to be in and out as fast as you can to get the right level of service. They have also seen significant cost savings, not only to the hospitals, but also to the state system by reducing what's called unnecessary involuntary commitments. And this actually has an ancillary effect on law enforcement by getting those unnecessary IVCs overturned quicker. Then you can release your law enforcement back into the community. If a patient has papers or orders taken out on them, often law enforcement has to sit there with the patient while they're in the hospital waiting to see what happens. So this releases your law enforcement back into the community. And the hospitals are seeing a big savings because after about 24 hours, they can't get paid for the patients that are sitting there because they're there in an emergent situation. So there again, it's really necessary to try to get people the appropriate treatment in a much quicker fashion. The goals of the project, primarily reducing the emergency department length of stay, but then specifically for the patient, for the people that are sitting there in the emergency department in their crisis, it's really trying to improve their transition to care. The best case scenario for people when they're dealing with a crisis is to keep them in their home community surrounded by treatment that they need, not moving them to a different part of the state where, one, that creates transportation issues for them and their families, extra cost, but also the best goal for treatment, whether it's mental health or substance abuse, is ongoing treatment with a local provider that they can connect with. And that's a part of this project as well. So in front of you in the picture is actually what the telepsychiatry cart is. It's a mobile cart on wheels that we can take. I'm speaking primarily about the emergency department, but the hospital can actually use it anywhere. They can roll it upstairs through the elevator. So if there is a patient that's been admitted and also needs a psychiatric evaluation, they can do that in the hospital as well. Once we launch, and we're going to go live at Outer Banks Hospital on October 31st, these services will be available from 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Eventually, hopefully, say January or February, we'll be expanding those hours. Ideally, we'd love to be doing it from 6 a.m. to midnight, 7 days a week. And we believe that will happen shortly after the beginning of the year. This is the implementation schedule. We have already started the service in Albemarle, Chowan Hospital, Bertie Memorial, and Duplin General. When we started Albemarle, we only started in the ED, and then we realized this is a needed service in inpatient as well. So from there on, every hospital, when they go live, has it available in their emergency department as well as in their inpatient units. And Outer Banks was later on the implementation schedule only because we did not want to be doing this in the summer months, bringing out a new service, doing all the staff training. So we worked with them to secure a date later in October. So the equipment's actually being installed on Monday at the hospital, and then we'll do staff training, and we'll be ready to go by the end of the month. And then in 2012, we've identified about 12 to 14 non-University Health System hospitals that we're looking to bring on, and those are throughout Eastern North Carolina. And again, the significance to our community and to the project and bringing more hospitals on is hopefully we have that trickle effect of eliminating unnecessary commitments or unnecessary placement of people in inpatient facilities, which hopefully opens up more beds. When someone truly needs placement, we can find it quicker. And that often is why there's such a long length of stay, is you've got a limited number of hospitals that can care for mentally ill and people dealing with substance abuse issues, and those beds are often full. So people are sitting in local emergency departments waiting to get a bed. So we hope that this will have that trickle effect. This is just an implementation map that highlights in gray, those are the counties and the areas that will have the service this year. And actually all of them will be live by the end of October. I mentioned the Aftercare Component, which is really keeping people for ongoing treatment in their local community. And one thing that we've been doing with each hospital and we will certainly do in our community here, is prior to going live, we meet individually with all of the behavioral health providers in our community, and then we bring them together with the hospital staff right around the time that we go live to work together to discuss the gaps that they have in getting people connected with aftercare. We are tracking the 30-day recidivism rates, and that's the rates of people that are in the hospital and come back within 30 days. Unfortunately, you see typically a large number with mental health and substance abuse patients. If they don't get connected to the appropriate aftercare, they come into the emergency department, get their stabilization or medication regimen stabilized, they go back out, and if they're not connected with aftercare, they fall off of that program and wind up back in the hospital. So this is a very important part of the project, and so far at Albemarle, they've been the one that's been up longest since May. They've seen a great increase in communication and getting people connected to appointments quicker by having this relationship and these meetings. Just real quickly, beyond telepsychiatry, the mobile cart that I showed you a few minutes ago can be used for many telemedicine applications. And in rural communities, telemedicine is really going to be the wave of the future as far as getting access to specialized care. Already, we have conducted 2 teleaudiology tests, and those are when an infant, this is a newborn, when an infant fails their hearing test, they have to have a specialist conduct a pediatric hearing test. Often that requires the family to travel to Greenville or Raleigh to get that test. That is what happens here. It's also what happens in Albemarle. This equipment can be used to conduct those tests, and they have done that already twice for infants in Albemarle and save the family the travel. It's amazing. These units can be hooked up. You can have stethoscopes where you can hear through wearing a headphone, someone placing a stethoscope, hundreds of miles away. You can hear their lungs and their heartbeat. So it's pretty amazing. It's really nice that we'll have this here, and then we're already exploring what potential other applications that we can use, whether it's teleneurology, telestroke. This really is just the beginning of what other applications that we're looking at using. That concludes that part of the presentation. And before I jump into Missions of Mercy, I figured I'd pause and see if there's any questions on what I covered.
Any questions for Ms. Davis? Fascinating. I mean, you're right at the cutting edge, it seems like, of
It's really
things that
exciting.
are really going to help the rural areas of the state.
Yeah, I really hope so, and we feel very confident it will. Okay, well, to completely switch gears for a moment, another very exciting community benefit and service is the annual North Carolina Missions of Mercy Dental Clinic. This will be the 3rd year that we've hosted this clinic. This is a free dental clinic for adults, so 18 and over. It's hosted it's held at the Youth and Family Recreation Center in Kill Devil Hills. It's October 28th and 29th this year. Pretty much starts at 6 a.m. and runs till we can see as many patients as we can see in those 2 days. Over the past 2 years, we've served just over 1,600 patients and provided $800,000 in free dental services. And I just had the pleasure to stand up here and present on this, but there's a whole team of people that make this happen. First, there's a planning committee that's comprised of about 12 people that we work for about 8 months out of the year doing the necessary community planning that needs to happen to bring this together. We also rely on about 200 local volunteers each year to make this happen, and those volunteers help with setting up the 60 dental chairs. This really is the whole gym at the rec center, if you haven't seen this before, is turned into basically a big treatment center. And so people are helping with setup and cleanup and registration for patients and triage for patients. If someone does know how to take a blood pressure, we do triage and do blood pressure checks. So if anyone is interested in volunteering, right now on Channel 20, the government channel, and it may even be as people are watching this, they'll see the scroll underneath this. It directs people to contact Bronwyn Thornton. She's the committee person that's handling all of the local volunteers and coordinating those roles. And we need help with setup on Thursday and then help running the clinic for the 2 days on Friday and Saturday. So check Channel 20 for Bronwyn's contact information. I can tell you her phone number that she is giving out is 252-207-6303. And then for anyone that's in need of services, so I switch for a moment for those who would like to be a patient or have a dental need, it's open to anyone that really is in need. So if you cannot afford dental services and you're an adult, this is the clinic for you. We do say be prepared to wait in long lines. Last year, there were people that started lining up the night before, camping out overnight to ensure they were treated. I think the first person got in line at 7 the night before on that Thursday night for the Friday clinic. So bring whatever you may need to be in line for hours and hours, and be patient. We do our best to get to as many people as we can. But you don't have to bring income verification that day. You really just bring yourself. And we also, for those who have young children, we try to encourage people to help them take care of the children somewhere else. It's a long line and a long day to bring children through. So if they have other means, we encourage them to do that. But our goal this year is to serve approximately 1,000 patients in those 2 days. And last thing is, as far as the services that are performed at the clinic, we do cleanings, fillings, extractions. And I should say the one group that I forgot to mention, and I would be completely remiss to do that, is the North Carolina Dental Association. They are the big partner that really get the dentist and hygienist, and they also do all of the getting all the equipment that we need to run the event. And they do these throughout the state. We have just been blessed that they've chosen Dare County to be one of the annual sites. So, and with that, I will conclude. And thank you.
Sheila, thank you. Very informative on both subjects. Any questions for Sheila? Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Our next item of business is the consent agenda. We did pull number 7 for separate consideration.
Move to adopt.
We have a motion. We have a motion. We have a second. Further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. And our next item is a public hearing to consider adoption of a zoning ordinance text amendment requested by Sheila Davies on behalf of the Ark International Church to amend Town Code Section 48-441C1F, conditional uses within the SPD 20. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. As you said, Sheila Davies is the applicant for this request. She's asking for a zoning ordinance text amendment on behalf of the Ark International Church. The proposed amendment would permit child daycare center as an accessory use to religious complex within the SPD 20 Special Plan Development District. Currently, the Ark Church is the only religious complex within the SPD 20 district. Child care centers are permitted as a conditional use in the R2 Medium Density Residential District and in the C2 General Commercial District. As a conditional use, there are 3 criteria which must be met regarding state licensing, child pickup and drop-off areas, and buffering from outdoor recreational areas and residential uses. Staff submits that the request is consistent with the land use plan, that it provides a necessary service for residents, and supports the viability of locally owned and operated businesses. Both the planning board and planning staff recommend adoption of the zoning ordinance text amendment as it's been presented. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and of course, Ms. Davies is here as well.
Okay. At this time, we'll open the public hearing on this application. First of all, are there any questions for Kelly from the board? All right, at this point then, I'd like to recognize the applicant, if the applicant has any presentation that she'd like to make.
I just didn't think you guys were going to be able to see me enough today, so to put all this on one day. As it stated in the application, I filed the application on behalf of the Ark Church, and it's actually a partnership that they're looking at doing with Cameron's Learning Center. And Cameron's Learning Center operates in Nags Head on the Beach Road. She's been operating since 2006. And they're basically looking to do a partnership to offer a preschool. Cameron's current center on the Beach Road provides daycare for infants ages 6 weeks to 3 years old. But at 3 years old, the children have to go somewhere else. I got invested in this because my children have been there. My 3-year-old is now at Montessori, but I do have a younger child, and I would like to see Cameron have the opportunity, since she and her staff are interested in running a true preschool. I would love to assist in helping them make those arrangements. It's a phenomenal daycare program, and I think it is an asset to Nags Head, and that's why I'm involved in this project. If anyone has any questions, I will also add, this would be a Monday through Friday daycare. The hours would be consistent with what she normally operates now this would be a Monday through Friday preschool, which is consistent with the hours that she operates the daycare, and those would be proposed to be 7:30 to 5:30.
Any questions from the board?
Sheila, you say Cameron provides services for infants up to 3 years old? And
Infants and toddlers. Yes, sir.
this church will provide from 3 years old?
To 5, to school age.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
If the zoning piece is passed, can y'all meet the other requirements that are in there as far as separation and buffering and pickup zones, those type of things?
We could. It's highly likely that there may have to be a few modifications. For example, there's a window right now in one of the classrooms that would probably need to be made into a door. And we've had some preliminary discussions with the fire department. It's my understanding, if this is approved at the zoning level, that then we, if you allow, could work with staff administratively to go through what modifications may be needed. And the church is very open to making those necessary modifications.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are any members of the planning board present who'd like to make a presentation, you may do so at this time.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. The Planning Board supported this requested amendment with a 7-0 vote, and we looked basically at that this being an accessory use to a religious complex. We had a little bit of concern about going into an SPD 20 district, but with the restrictions that the ordinance has in it now, and with being solely as an accessory use to a religious complex, we thought it would be very good to go into this district with no problem. So the Planning Board supports this with a unanimous vote. Thank you.
At this time, if there are any members of the public who would wish to address this application, please come to the podium and state your name and address. Okay, seeing none, then at this point in time, we will close the public hearing and the board will now deliberate.
What's the pleasure of the board?
The only issue here is it's SPD 20. That's the only issue. Move to adopt as presented.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Is there further discussion? And the motion is to recommend adoption of the zoning ordinance text amendment request to amend Town Code Section 48-441C1F conditional uses within the SPD 20 to allow the use of child daycare center as an accessory use within the SPD 20 district. Correct? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. We can also have a motion to recommend adoption of a statement of consistency. I'm sorry,
So moved.
I'm reading from my script here.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously.
A statement of consistency.
We're just trying to be consistent.
Something new this year after how many years of not
Consistency.
having it? Since
The
19.
state changes the rules, so
We need to be consistent.
Y'all, we're going to take a very brief recess to change chairs. The next two public hearings, I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem Gray to preside over. So brief recess, and we'll come right back.
It'd be helpful to
These lights are really bright today.
Nags Head Board of Commissioners is back in session. We have item 13 on the agenda. Public hearing to consider approval of a zoning ordinance map amendment requested by Eddie Goodrich to reclassify properties within the village of Nags Head, SPD-C Special Plan Development, from detached single-family SF2 to attached single-family SF4. Mr. Arms?
The public hearing is now open. I'll recognize Kelly Wyatt for the staff to make a presentation.
Thank you. The parcel of land that's being considered for rezoning today is located within the village at Nags Head and located on the corner of South Virginia Dare Trail and Mall Drive. And Roberta has put a wonderful aerial up here, so it's this parcel. Prior to 2010, this 2.5 acre parcel was zoned for hotel development. And as the board may recall, in 2009 and 2010, the applicant Eddie Goodrich obtained approval for a 14-lot subdivision. It was named Moongate, and it was zoned for detached single-family residential construction. And we do have a copy of that subdivision plat up on the projector. It's in your packet as well. The final subdivision plat for this 14-lot division was recently recorded, and you may have noticed that most of the improvements have been installed. Mr. Goodrich is now requesting that these 14 lots be reclassified from detached single-family district SF2 to attached single-family district SF4 in order to permit the development of duplexes on these 14 vacant lots. There are other areas of the village that are zoned attached single-family SF4, and there are a few existing duplexes in those districts. Planning staff would submit that the request is consistent with the land use plan in that it does protect the residential nature of the town while providing alternative housing options to the large residential single-family dwellings. Planning staff recommends approval of the proposed rezoning as it's been presented. The planning board voted 4-3 at their September meeting to recommend denial of the rezoning. Also included in your packet is a letter from the Village at Nags Head Property Owners Association stating their position on the request. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the...
One thing.
Yes, sir.
Kelly explained how the property was zoned for hotels and then rezoned for single family, and you explained this request.
Okay, originally this 2.5 acre parcel was zoned for small hotel development, and the applicant Eddie Goodrich, I believe, actually had plans for a 90-room hotel. That did not pass. He then requested that the 2.5 acre parcel of land be rezoned to single family. And at that point, this 14-lot subdivision was presented to the Planning Board and the Board of Commissioners. It was adopted. The 14-lot division has been recorded at this point. The request now is to go ahead and reclassify this from single-family residential to attached single-family residential, which would not only permit single-family, but duplex as well. So essentially, the number of lots, 14 lots, would remain the same. There would still only be 14 principal structures. It's just within each structure, it would be 2 units, a duplex unit side by side.
So we're going from how many structures at today's zoning to how many with the new zoning?
Well, a portion of that is going to be addressed in the following text amendment, but currently there could be 14 principal structures on this 14-lot subdivision. Rezoning it to duplex would still only permit 14 structures. Just within each structure, you would have 2 units. So you're going from 14 single-family dwelling units to 28 units, because there would be 2 units on each lot.
Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Further clarification, please, Kelly. What's the maximum number of bedrooms a single-family house could have on these lots?
8 bedrooms would be the
And what is the
maximum.
maximum number of bedrooms a duplex could have?
8,
So it's still 8 for 8.
correct.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
When you said 8, I'm assuming that each duplex can have 4.
Yes, ma'am. 8 total.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
The applicant will now have the opportunity to make a presentation.
My name is Eddie Goodrich, and first of all, I'd like to thank the board for hearing my request today. Kelly's been over most everything. You know, what we plan to do are 3 and 4 bedroom homes rather than 4 and 4s. There will be some that will be 4 and 4, some will be 3 and 3, and some will be 4 beside a 3. But it's a welcome option to the 8-bedroom houses and 12-bedroom houses, which, you know, fit the single-family definition, but in fact really aren't. I mean, and so these are more of the size that a true family will rent and enjoy their vacation alone, which would be nice. The minimum lot size in SF4 is, which is what I'm asking the zoning to be changed to, is 2,400 square feet. The average lot size of the lots in Moongate are 6,474 square feet, so they're almost 3 times as large as the minimum lot size. Of course, the minimum lot size is a little bit too small, but again, they're 3 times larger than the minimum lot size. And of course, the town has recently encouraged smaller homes that are really single-family homes. I think the hotel was approved for 90 units. It was approved, and that's a 6-story building. That looks like this. I mean, it's about the size of 4 food lines and 60 foot tall. So we're not really, you know, even though we're going from a single family designation to a higher single family designation, there are no more bedrooms, no more units, no more people. Less people, most likely, and certainly less people than this. And people are what cause density because people have cars, and that's the issue more than just what you may call a unit. And I'll answer any questions that you may have. I can show you my concept of the kind of buildings that I would propose, if you'd like to see it.
Yes, I would.
This building sits on the ground. These, of course, will be up on high, so you can park underneath. There's a letter, I believe, in your packet from the Architectural Control Committee from the village at Nags stating that they like the idea and have no problem with it whatsoever.
Do any board members have any questions?
Yeah, I have one. Don't we have the same thing across the street, duplexes on the ocean side?
Well, in Not directly across the street, but, and I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Pirates
They're the
Park.
ones that Howard Clybourne,
Yeah, it's further south.
further south.
Yeah.
But they are oceanfront duplexes, yes.
Sea Point.
Sea
Sea
Point,
Point, that's it.
one of the first things that was ever done in the village.
Any other questions? Thank you. Any members of the planning board present would like to make a presentation?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, the planning board had a lot of discussion on this issue and finally voted 4-3 to recommend denial. Just to update you a little bit of what we've done in the past as far as this particular parcel is concerned. It was originally zoned for hotel district. Before 2009, we changed our ordinances to allow a height increase to 60 feet to try to get a hotel on this property. We also changed the ordinance to allow off-site parking. We also changed the orders to allow condo ownership for a hotel on this parcel. In 2009, the parcel was rezoned to single family with residences, but the lot sizes were small, and at that time the planning board had some discussion as far as lot sizes were concerned, and as many lots that were going into this small parcel. The people who, the planning board members who supported the motion to recommend denial felt that these lots are really too small for duplexes as requested, and I think that's borne out by the request for a zoning ordinance text amendment to decrease the minimum separation between units from 12 feet to 10 feet, and I think you'll hear that later today if this motion is passed, and also to increase the number of dwelling units from 10 units per acre to 12 units per acre. So our concern really was with this rezoning request was that it was increasing density and would have an effect throughout this zoning district to increase density for duplex units. Of course, 3 of our members voted for approval of this request as submitted. Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions from the board?
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, if there are any members of the public who wish to address the application, please make your presentation at this time, and please state your name and address.
Jim Selkman, 7808 North Shore Road, Pond Island. I just want to make a comment on the architectural and the aesthetics of that building. I think it's the design of those duplexes is appealing versus that multi-unit building that originally was proposed. Looking at it in that perspective, just want to look at a nice looking design.
Any other members of the public who would wish to make a presentation? Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed and the board will now deliberate.
Thank you, Mr. Hobbs. You've heard the comments, the presentation of the town, the comments from the applicant. Any discussion from the board? Chief?
Move to adopt as presented.
Second. With the question, that includes both the motion to recommend approval and the motion with the statement of consistency. That's my
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Well, guess we had a motion
We had a motion, but
And- right.
we don't have a second.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear you, okay. We have a motion, have a second, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes 4-0, the mayor being absent.
Okay.
Item 14 on the agenda, public hearing to consider adoption of zoning ordinance text amendment request by Eddie Goodrich to Time Code 48-866, attached single-family district, subdivision D2 and subdivision E1, as it relates to setbacks for duplex use and maximum density. This is a carryover from item 13. And this concerns setbacks for item 13. Mr. Hobbs.
Okay, thank you. The public hearing is now open for this application. Kelly Wyatt will make a presentation on behalf of the town staff.
Thank you. As Mayor Pro Tem Gray stated, this is related to the previous item which you heard. The applicant is requesting 2 zoning ordinance text amendments to further permit the development of duplexes on the existing 14 vacant lots. The first text amendment that Mr. Goodrich is seeking would amend the general development standards within the attached single-family district to reduce the minimum building separation for duplex use from 12 feet to 10 feet. 10 feet is currently the separation requirement for single-family dwellings, and Mr. Goodrich is requesting that the same separation be required for duplex. And I want to clarify that it's a minimum building separation. It's not necessarily a setback. So when staff is looking at this, for the 12 feet, for a 12-foot building separation, staff would assume that to be 6 feet from the property line each way, 6 and 6, to create the 12-foot building separation. So in going from 12 feet to 10 feet, staff would deem that setback to be 5 from the property line to either building. The second text amendment being requested is from the density requirements of the attached single-family district, specifically increasing the maximum density from 10 dwelling units per acre to 12 dwelling units per acre. And though text amendments are not site-specific, this site in question is 2.5 acres, which would permit 25 units. And as I stated earlier, the applicant is hopeful of 28 units, 14 structures with 28 units. Right now, under the ordinance, only 25 units could be constructed. So part of the request is to amend the ordinance from 10 units per acre to 12 units per acre. Planning staff submits that duplex development, again, offers an alternative housing type within the town and would recommend adoption of the zoning ordinance text amendments as they have been presented. The planning board voted 6-1 to recommend denial of the proposed zoning ordinance text amendments as presented, and the letter from the village at Nags Head that you received in your packet speaks to both the previous rezoning and the text amendment as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board?
Kelly, what's the setback requirements on the west side of the village? Is it not 10 feet between houses?
It is. It's 10 feet for single-family residential. 10 feet separation.
10 feet separation, and this would change, would set 10 feet between the houses in this subdivision.
Correct.
Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Kelly, in other areas of the village where we have multi-family housing, is 10 foot the normal separation as well?
10 foot is the separation for single family, 12 is the separation for duplex. So where there are existing duplexes, the separation is 12.
Yes, ma'am.
So this would change, not only, we're not being site-specific here, this would change that throughout the entire village district, is that correct?
It would only change within the single family SF4 district, and thought I printed a map out that I could show you guys of that. There's only 3 areas of SF4, and it's Captain's Watch is SF4. The development on, I believe it's Sea Chase, is SF4.
Is that where Marsh Links is?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. And then there's a very small area that's actually zoned SF4 on the east side, on the ocean side. It's not developed as duplex though, but it is SF4.
Is it developed at all?
It's developed as single family.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Kelly, I was reading the staff recommendation, which is just kind of unique. It says that staff feels the adoption of proposed zoning ordinance text amendment as presented could create the opportunity for smaller scale and less expensive housing or vacation units. This could be positive as long as the surrounding character of the village district is preserved through the architectural guidelines already in place. Staff therefore supports the application as long as the architectural committee of the Nags Head Village and the commissioners are supportive. I don't understand.
Staff had received feedback on the design, on the appearance of a duplex. And so staff just wanted to reiterate that the town itself has architectural design standards. The village has even greater architectural design standards. So regardless of what the applicant has shown, what he wants to do, we know with a lot of security that the architectural design standards of both the town and the village would lend itself to whatever development happens here, and that it would be a very attractive building just simply because of what we have in place. But of course, you know, I know that we like to have the support of the village at Nags Head when anything is happening within the village, so we wanted to at least address that.
And just for my clarification, we're talking about the difference between of a foot on each side of the house compared to what it would be, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Kelly, I have one more question, please. The effect of changing the minimum building separation from 12 to 10, what is that? How much larger structure or more lot coverage does that give you, theoretically?
Lot coverage would not be increased. Lot coverage in this district is 65% regardless.
Right.
So lot coverage would not be increased. It would allow the development to obviously be 1 foot greater on either of the side yard setbacks. And I do want to mention that at the beginning phase of this, we did speak with the fire department, Chief Zork, and I believe he did not have a great concern with the reduction in setbacks from 6 feet to 5 feet.
Thank you.
So with if we adopt this, how many more structures does that allow?
It does not allow any additional structures. It only allows 2 units to be located within one structure. But it does not increase the lot coverage.
28 units?
Yes, sir. Architecture remains the same, lot coverage remains the same, number of bedrooms remains the same, overall height remains the same. The only change would be the side yard, the separation distance being reduced, as well as an increase in density, if that's the way the board perceives it. It's still 14 structures.
Yes, ma'am.
But Kelly, didn't you make some reference to units per acre, and this would go from 25 to 28, you know, if this were?
Correct. The ordinance states that right now you're allowed 10 units per acre. And this is a 2.5 acre tract, so only 25 units could be permitted for this 2.5 acre parcel. And Mr. Goodrich, having 14 lots and wanting 2 units upon each lot, 28 is what he would prefer. So in order to do that, he's seeking to amend that section of the ordinance as well, from 10 units per acre to 12 units per acre.
And this would also affect any other parcels in the village, if there were any?
It would only affect specifically the SF4.
Right.
Those 3 other areas that we had mentioned.
Any other questions for Kelly? Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
At this time, the applicant will now have the opportunity to make a presentation.
Again, my name is Eddie Goodrich. Kelly did such a good job, I don't know what I could possibly say. The Architectural Control Committee doesn't have a problem with the reduction by 1 foot, and the fire department doesn't have a difference. There still will only be 28 units on 14 lots. And this is the last parcel in the village of Nags Head, unless somebody comes in and redevelops an entire parcel. So the impact on the village of Nags Head should be none, because it's pretty much done by now. And I'll certainly answer any questions you might have. It simply allows you to have the lots are 58 foot wide. It allows you to have, well, first of all, when you build a duplex, you put a concrete block wall between the 2 units, which is 8 inches, and then it ends up being almost a foot, because you have to, if you do it correctly. So we need 24 feet to make it a nice size unit. That's really about the real reason.
Any questions from the board for the applicant?
One question.
Yes, sir.
Eddie, you're before us about once a year. Are you really going to develop this property?
Somebody is. We will.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, if there are any members of the planning board who wish to make a presentation, please do so at this time. Okay?
Well, I'd like to
Yes.
ask Mr. Edwards a question.
Yes.
Yeah, good. I didn't see you coming up, Bob, and this time I wanted to ask you too. Thank you.
Not trying to put you on the spot, Mr. Edwards, but
Yes.
I had a question. The first item was a 4 to 3, and you explained,
Right.
some of that.
Mhm.
The next item was a 6 to 1. Can you explain the?
Well, I
response
think
perhaps?
the planning board felt that this is in direct contrast to our land use plan, where we guard against density increases. And the second amendment is a definite density increase, in that you're increasing allowable units per acre from 10 to 12. So this particular property, you're allowing three additional units on this particular property. So it was a density issue, and our planning board is very sensitive to the density issues. So I think that was the difference in the vote. One vote against this was one of the 3 votes against the last one.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
That was mine.
Thank you. At this time, if there are any members of the public who would like to address the application, please make your presentation and please state your name and address.
Good morning. My name is Todd Farrand, and I'm at 5336 Captain's Way. I serve on the Village at Nags Head Property Owners Association board, as well as the Architectural Control Committee. The letter before you basically stated our position that we did not have an opposition to the amendment as proposed. I just wanted to clarify very quickly, as far as the Architectural Control Committee goes, the proposed drawing that we saw, generally we liked. It wasn't an endorsement in and of itself, because it was just a proposal. It wasn't a final decision. And obviously, any future proposal that would be submitted would be weighed on its own merits at that time. So, we do review that and would give it some consideration as it is then presented. Great. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Any questions for?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who'd like to speak on this application? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and the board may now deliberate.
The board, you've heard the presentation by the town and the comments from the applicant. Any discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem, I would just like to say that it's nice to hear that the village at Nags Head supports both of these changes. And I can see, Bob, I read these time and time again. The planning board weighs heavily with our decision, as well as staff's recommendation. But I truly believe that this is the best for that parcel, even though in changing this second one, we are increasing density. What I think we're doing is we may be increasing density in the number of buildings, but we're not increasing the density in the number of people. And I feel that this change that Mr. Goodrich is asking for is a reversal of where we've been for the last 10 years, and I think it's much needed. I think this is a niche that we've lost for not only rentals, but for ownership. And I would just like to say that I commend you for coming up with an alternative to the mini hotels. And I have no problem with approving this, and please understand why, Bob.
Anyone else? Renee?
Nope.
Chief?
Move to adopt as presented.
Second.
Have a motion, have a second, any discussion?
That does include a statement of consistency
Oh,
as
yes.
well.
And all matters relating generally there too.
And that would include the consistency statement.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 4-0, the mayor being absent. Take a short break.
We're going to come back in session. We're on item number 15. It's a public hearing to consider approval of a conditional use permit request by Andre and Barbara Delvilla to construct a private dock. Yes, ma'am?
Good morning. The Delvillars are requesting conditional use approval for the construction of a private dock located at 7810 South North Shore Road. The property is currently vacant land and is zoned R1 low density.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is a conditional use permit, and I think what we first need to do is to give an introduction and then have all the witnesses sworn, including staff. So
Okay.
if you don't mind, let me just proceed with that, and then we continue.
Sure.
When considering an application for a conditional use permit, the Board of Commissioners sits as a quasi-judicial body. Therefore, certain safeguards must be instituted in order to give the applicant a fair hearing. The applicant has the right to cross-examine witnesses and to offer rebuttal evidence. Crucial facts must be based on sworn statements. The procedure of the ordinance must be followed. Except under certain exceptions, the floor will not be open for debate. Comments and exchanges between persons in the room will not be permitted. The board members may question any witness at any time during the hearing. Questions from the floor will not be permitted except by cross-examination from many of the sworn witnesses once recognized to speak. I also want to say that any member of the Board of Commissioners should not vote on a conditional use permit when the outcome of the matter is to be considered is reasonably likely to have a direct, substantial, and readily identifiable financial impact on the member. If such a direct and substantial financial conflict exists, the member should disclose that at this time and ask to be excused from consideration of the matter. Also, no member of the board should discuss the particulars of the case with any of the parties outside the hearing. However, members may receive information on the case from the town staff prior to the hearing. If any members present have had any contact with any of the parties prior to the hearing, which the particulars of the application were discussed, or if you've received letters or emails, messages, phone calls, or other contact from any members, from anyone concerning the matter, please disclose that at this time. Also, any member of the board must base his or her decision on the evidence presented during this hearing. If any member has developed a predetermined opinion or bias on the outcome of the application before the hearing begins, please disclose that now and indicate whether you can base your decision on the evidence presented in this hearing and on nothing else. Crucial facts to determine the outcome of the hearing must be based on sworn statements made by witnesses during the hearing. While you might be presented during the hearing with copies of unsworn statements contained in letters, emails, and the like, such unsworn evidence can only be used to corroborate or supplement other sworn evidence presented during the hearing. Unsworn evidence such as letters or emails can never be used as the sole basis of your decision. At this time, the town clerk will now swear in the applicant and all witnesses who plan to present testimony or evidence during the hearing.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Sure.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, at this time, the staff will make a presentation on this application.
Okay, once again, good morning. The Del Villars are requesting conditional use approval for the construction of a private dock located at 7810 South North Shore Road. The property is currently vacant land and is zoned R1 Low Density Residential. A brief zoning history was included in your packet with the most recent amendment to the fee schedule to water consumption units for private docks not associated with the principal structure, which are now subject to a half water consumption unit. A private dock is a conditional use in the R1 district and subject to applicable zoning requirements and provided that the conditions in section 48402C5 are met. Pursuant to the required conditions, the Del Villars have submitted an application for a general permit, and that has also been approved and was included with their conditional use application. Staff finds that the proposed use is consistent with the land use plan and recommends approval of the site plan conditional use request as submitted. At their September 20th meeting, the planning board voted unanimously to approve the application as submitted. I'll conclude by answering any questions you may have, and also the Del Villars are here and would like the opportunity to speak.
Any questions? Excuse me.
Did the town grant a conditional permit for a pier on that location back in about 1980? Do you know?
No, sir. Included in your packet, in the zoning history, on January 5th of 2000, the Board of Commissioners adopted a text amendment to allow private docks as a conditional use in the R1 low-density residential district. And the current owners of that property, which the Del Villars have purchased since then, were the Wetsons, and they did not follow through with applying for a permit after that text amendment was adopted.
Any other questions from the board? Does the applicant have any questions for Dabney at this time before your presentation? Do any of the other sworn witnesses have any questions for Dabney at this time? Now, this is not your presentation, just questions for her.
Daphne,
If you go to the podium, sir, so that... No, go to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Selkman, adjacent lot owner, 7808 Pond Island. Daphne, this text amendment was adopted January 5th on 2000. I see here in your report that no other applications were presented on this type of conditional use until August 6, 2011, from the Delvars. Is that correct? Since 2001? Was this text amendment adopted as site-specific to this particular property?
No, sir.
Okay. But no other applications, no other situations like this has happened in, well, it's been 11 years?
Our records show that no applications were submitted to the town for review and approval since the text amendment was adopted in 2000.
Okay. Okay, are you aware of, in that hearing, are you aware of some of the comments that the staff had on this particular lot at that time?
No, sir, I was not employed at that time.
Right. I have some, this has been going on for a while on this lot. I have some minutes and records from meeting.
Well,
You want that submitted?
You can have the chance to make a presentation
Okay.
later. This is simply your opportunity to ask questions of the current witness.
Okay. Has zoning taken into fully planning and zoning? I know this is a zoning issue regarding police, fire, trespassing, nuisance type issues on this property, or is that specifically a zoning issue?
We found no concerns with police and fire, which are present today.
Okay. Okay. At this time for Daphne, I've got other comments, but I'll wait for another time.
You can make your presentation later.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other sworn witnesses or the board have any other questions for staff? Yes, ma'am.
One question, Dabney. We've discussed this proposal at previous meetings. It was my understanding, or maybe my recollection, that may be foggy, that we had tied the possibility of a dock being built to it being part of, combined with the house in question.
That was one of the discussions that was pursued, although under attorney's recommendation, John Leidy, it was discussed that that was not reasonable, so that was not furthered.
May I ask a follow-up question? So could this lot with the dock be sold separately?
Yes, it is an independent lot of record, and it's 7810 on the map there. It is an independent lot. The Del Villars own and currently have a home at 7807 across the street from this lot.
Thank you.
Yes.
Dabney, who put the rocks around the edge of the island, the rock revetment around the edge?
That, the riprap was installed by the town of Nags Head, and at that time, and Public Works is here if they have any comment on that, that was to protect the road on South North Shore Road. That was a stabilization project.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. You have a question, sworn witness? Yes.
Jim Selgman. Thank you for bringing up the issues of the rock, because that is a contentious issue on this property. The rocks were placed.
Is this a question for?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm getting to that. Regarding the permitting of those rocks, do you have the CAMA permit on record in this town?
I would have to research our records to find that information. I don't have that available.
Okay. Are you aware, and I'll allege this, that there was a forgery on that CAMA permit?
I am not privileged to that information, only by correspondence that we have with the town, that was investigated by the mayor at that time and by staff, and it was found to be resolved by both Division of Coastal Management and the town.
Okay, I have a report from the previous mayor on that too. I'm welcome to submit to this.
You can do that during your presentation.
Very good. Regarding that application, I also believe a violation was cited against the town for that rock placement. Do you have a copy of that violation?
And I'd also like to say that I mistakenly quoted this saying the mayor, but it was actually the town manager at the time letter. And there was a letter submitted in the commissioner's packet from the town manager at the time addressing that issue.
Right. Does the town have a violation? Was the town given a violation on those rocks being placed on that lot?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board or sworn witnesses for Deb or the applicant? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
At this time, if the applicant wishes to make a presentation, then they may do so.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the board. My name is Barbara Del Villar, and it's a pleasure to see you all again. As Dabney outlined the information of our request, I just want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the planning director, Ms. Elizabeth Teague, and thank her for her guidance, her research, and the assistance as we started this process back in April. As you may be aware, Ms. Teague assisted us in trying to determine if our lots could be combined, as you mentioned, to be eligible for a fee waiver consumption unit. Her efforts were both professional and courteous, and we appreciate that. Additionally, planning's recent change to amend the fee schedules to calculate the water consumption units for a private dock is also much appreciated. I also want to thank Ms. Dabney Shelton, zoning administrator, for her excellent customer service she provided when meeting with my husband and I regarding our lots and assisting with our conditional use permit to make sure that all our questions could be answered consistently. Finally, the Planning Commission has unanimously approved our request for the conditional use. And while it is unfortunate that we have to endure opposition from an adjacent property owner to build the dock, we have followed all our procedures and have obtained the necessary permits to construct our dock, and we respectfully ask for the board's favorable approval. Thank you, and I will answer any questions. Unless it's technical, then I'll hand it to my husband.
Does the board have any questions for the applicant?
Do y'all have any objection to tying those two together?
Well, we did not have any objections, but I believe the town attorneys said there was, according to the ordinance, there was one provision that we did not comply. I think the lots had to be a certain, I think 40,000 square feet combined, and we just didn't meet that criteria. But yes, we were definitely willing to combine our lots, and that's what we were planning to do. And Ms. Teague tried her best to, get that to happen as well. But we just want to build our dock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board members? Yes, ma'am.
Do you plan on providing any parking spaces at this property?
No, ma'am. We have a lot right across the street that we have our own parking, and this is just for family. I have 4 grandchildren, and we just want to provide them with an opportunity to fish off our dock.
You're sworn in too, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
My name is Andy Del Villar. My wife and I own that lot. There is parking in front of that lot from the shop there to the left, almost to where that other lighter color thing is. So you can actually, park in there if you wanted to. I park a trailer in there in the summer, and you can actually park 3-4 cars in there if you wanted to, but we use our, house to do that. So there is, parking space if you wanted to.
Does the board have any other questions for the applicant?
I do. All right. So you already are able to park there. I guess you're pointing to the right-of-way or to the, just off of the...
If you look at the R in the north, if you go straight up, the lot starts there and it goes...
Here you go.
Oh, wait, okay.
Here you go. You can just see it. Press right there.
Okay. The lot starts about here,
Mm-hmm.
then it goes all the way up to here. You can park all in here if you wanted to,
Okay.
from here to here.
Okay. Were you planning on improving any of that area that's now available for parking?
No. What I'm going to do is that because of the flood that we had, somewhere in here there's a sinkhole right about there. And it probably takes like, wheelbarrow full of sand. I mean, it's not a big deal, but there will be, no improvements in there other than, put a few pilings there to allow the walk to go over the riprap. So from here, it will go down to there. In other words, you have to go over. Okay, and then, your pilings will be there, and then a few steps will come down, or a ramp. I'm not sure, which way I'm gonna go,
Okay.
at this point.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Dabney, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Thank you.
Wait, just a second. Do any other sworn witnesses have questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, sir. At this time, are there any sworn witnesses who haven't spoken who would like to address the application? Did you want to make a presentation? Well, this is the time to make a presentation, so if you would like to do that, this is your time. Can you once again state your name and address, please?
Okay, it's James Selkman, 7808 North Shore Road, Pond Island, Nags Head. And I am the owner of the property adjacent to lot 7810. That will be lot 7808. I've been contesting this since originally in 1999 when the Whetstones applied for this particular text amendment, which is this text amendment appears to be site-specific to this lot. No other applications in the town, as Daphne mentioned, has been applied to this situation. I've been to planning board meetings. The town refers to this as a unique lot. And yeah, it is a unique lot. It's a non-conforming unique lot. CAMA has determined it as Lynn Mathis as an unbuildable lot. It's got accelerated erosion. It has rocks on it that were placed there by the town of Nags Head that got a violation for that, as well as I've asked a lot of questions about that and haven't gotten answers yet regarding this violation. So that's something I would like this board to really research, not internally through the town, because I think that's been done, but if someone could get some answers from CAMA regarding that violation, I'd appreciate it, because I intend to pursue that through CAMA also. And again, I've got all this reports, letter from Webb Fuller, previous town manager, you're welcome to have. I assume you have record of it, but you can enter that in, or I don't know how that's done. Can that be entered in?
You can submit that as part of the...
In the package.
Or it's in the package, okay, it's in the package already.
Okay. As well as, I've got records from the previous hearings or reviews with the planning department, where the previous planning department herein says staff maintains that allowing private docks on an R1 district may be setting the stage for nuisance and land use compatibility issues in R1 district. And I agree with that. This is nothing personal to the Delawars or anyone else that would, and it's not site specific. This is to any circumstance like this in the town. This kind of property does set up a nuisance. It's been alleged that my renters or family have trespassed on this lot. We have a rental community. Most people that come in the community, they have a bench out there. A lot of times we'll stop and trespass or sit on their bench. As far as nuisance issues, docks are not insurable, and this dock would not be attached to their existing residence, because another thing for the record, their house is not across the, well, it is across the street, but it's across the street and 2 lots down. 7810 is the lot in question, and 7807 is where the Delawars have their residence. This will facilitate an easement across the road back and forth from my house with dogs and whatever type of activities or whatnots, as far as that I feel will be a nuisance or outside of normal town zoning or guidelines. Back to non-conforming, this is in an R1. I have applied for a text amendment that's in right now to revert this back to the original zoning for R1. That because this amendment seems to have been made to accommodate this particular property, is what I feel. And I've applied for a text amendment. I'm asking for the town even to table this request at this time, so the town can have more time to research some of these issues that I'm presenting regarding the rocks. This text amendment, some of the reports that were already, that the town has to review that. This lot is not a lot of like kind on other lots in Pond Island, or even up in the R2 zoning of Old Nags Head Cove. Those lots have piers on them that are either directly across from a house as an accessory structure in the R2 zoning, or the lot is attached directly right next to a lot as an accessory structure. On Pond Island, even though it's R1, the R1 lots also have their piers on Pond Island with lots that are directly across from the piece of property, not catty corner or down the street or around the corner, or not even standing alone on their own. Let's see here. You know, R1 is a low-density area. This, in a sense, adds to density or adds to nuisance because of, you know, it gives the appearance of squatting or an unattached lot. Most people think I own a lot, and then I end up having also to police it, which, again, acts as a nuisance upon, it's a nuisance to me. Pertaining to the rocks, I recently received damage to my retaining wall from the storm. I predicted this damage would happen when those rocks were placed. And what I predicted and what I went on record as saying did in fact happen. I made an emergency repair to this retaining wall with permission from John Cece. And I'm going to prepare a report on the repair for CAMA and for the town of Nags Head regarding the damage to my retaining wall, which, you know, I feel is a result of where these rocks are and where they were placed. So that's another impact upon my property. Again, I've got an application in for a text amendment. I would like further follow-up outside of the town internally to see some reports. Lynn Mathis is still employed by CAMA. She was the original violation officer at that time. I'd like to have any information, I'll be seeking that she has regarding that violation by the town. You know, it's been mentioned that, you know, I'm opposed to this because it would obstruct my view. Yeah, it will obstruct my view. That's part of this. Not denying that. I think it will also devalue my property. This lot was purchased for $10,000 back when Whetstones bought it. Other properties on Pond Island, in fact, Pond Island investors directly across from this lot at 7811 and 7813 went through a tremendous amount of surveying and replotting and zoning for those lots legally in the zoning, and they've got $600,000 invested in each one of those lots. That lot will obstruct their view of 7811. I've contacted them this week to see what their thoughts are on it regarding also nuisance or devaluation or, you know, insurance issues of a dock that could get, you know, damaged or float around. You know, we've lost, I think Pond Island just about lost all their piers in this last storm. And, you know, the damages from that. So those are some other concerns outside of typical zoning But as I mentioned, I have application in for a text amendment and not a site-specific, but for the whole town to revert this back to your original zoning of back in, I think around 2000, that it would be compatible with what the R2 zoning conditions are for residential. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I don't think I have too much.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Selkman?
Yes, I do. How long have you lived at 7808?
I have had my home there since 1989, approximately 22 years. And I bought that property because it was my understanding that the lot adjacent to it could never be built on or developed. I looked at about 14 houses, and I paid top dollar for that lot, and I've owned it since 1989 because of its location.
The north side of your property, is that bulkheaded or rock?
Pardon me?
The north side of your property, is that bulkheaded or rock?
The north side of my property is bulkheaded, and I'm glad you mentioned that. Also, the west side of my property is bulkheaded. Right about where you see the zero of 7810, all along there is bulkheaded. And I have concerns, I don't know, maybe Public Works or the town, I could talk to about this, that lot has very accelerated erosion. And I've tried to purchase the lot from Mr. and Ms. de Villiers, but they choose not to sell it. My purpose in purchasing it is to protect my property. And at some point, when the erosion gets to my bulkhead, I'm going to have major issue going on there. Just like the town and protecting the road there. There's a bulkhead right there at the bend in the road that the town has been maintaining. It's gotten beat up really bad. We get northwest right on the nose. And the bulkhead has been getting damaged, and the town has been putting rocks in front of that also because the town, to maintain the road. That's great for the road. My concern is my house. And the other thing, this property next to me, with all due respect, it's their property. I'm not going to be able to place rocks there to protect my house.
Okay, thank you. You answered my question. One other question. Do you still have an erosion problem?
Absolutely.
How much? How bad?
Well, you can look at the aerials or historical data on erosion. Did you
have erosion this last storm?
Absolutely. It washed my retaining wall completely out where the rocks came over and butted into my retaining wall. So yeah, I did have, I lost about 16 feet. I have, it was put back properly, and I have receipts to that. So I lost 16 feet, which was very close. It could have damaged my house, or probably could have even lost my house.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
One question, Mr. Selkman, clarify for me, is this your year-round residence or is this a rental property?
It's my primary residence.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking at the aerial, and is it your opinion then that the rocks that are there that were placed by the town does not have any positive effect on the preservation of the land there, 7810?
Well, the rocks were put there to protect the road, which the town took over. It seems as though that has improved. The town of Nags has improved that lot by putting rocks on it. The reason I said that, I mean, all of us on Pond Island would like the town of Nags Head to put rocks around on our properties. Rocks are expensive, and it seems as though that those rocks have kind of improved or helped this lot, or I don't know. There's a history in these rocks of the cost of them.
I just wanted your opinion on that.
Improved, yes.
It seems to me then by helping to save the road that you would need to get
Yes.
to these homes, that it's possibly also acted as a buffer to any of those properties to the east of 7810.
Yes, it has. Mhm.
Okay, one other thing you mentioned, you said that you were concerned if this dock is built that it might float away and damage property. I see 5 docks there. Do you feel that perhaps, and I think you said that some of those were wiped away in Irene, do you think that perhaps it would be good to not allow any of the docks to be built back because of the damage to other properties in the area?
Well, we've all lost our piers, and we're all going to try and have them built back, but, lots that have a house on them, on the waterfront, usually have a pier, so I think anyone that has a house under the R2 zoning statute, piers as an accessory structure to the house. I agree with the R2 zoning. I do not agree with this amendment to the R1.
That was not my question. My question was specifically, you mentioned that you were concerned that if a dock was built on this property, it would, perhaps become unattached and danger other properties. Well, you don't have that concern then about the docks that are currently out there or were out there?
Well, that's always a concern on docks. I mean, as far as they're engineering it and they're building it, they're going to build it according to town code. So,
So it shouldn't come any more detached than, say, yours or your neighbor's?
That's right.
If it
Yes,
were
any
built
other
correctly.
docks. Yes,
Okay. Thank you.
it's nothing. I'm not sure they got it engineered or their permits are.
Sir, you'll be recognized after the board finishes their questions. Any other questions from the board for Mr. Selkman?
I do just have one other. I think the other thing you're concerned about is the nuisance issue. And you're saying currently now on the property there is nuisance issues, and they are, is it trash, is it trespassing, is it, can you go over those concerns again?
Yeah, at the planning hearing, it's been alleged that my renters or my family have parked over there or used that property, so there's trespassing issues. I myself, I respect their property. I don't go over there. If perchance a little piece of trash blows over there, I clean it up, I take it off.
Check his address.
So yeah, there's it's trespassing issues in the community, or of a nuisance issue.
So anyone in the community that's already there may be utilizing that empty lot?
Right, renters. It's inviting. There's a bench there, and it looks like it would be part of my property. It's not.
So how would you say the dock is not there? How would you prevent that nuisance that apparently you already have?
Well, again, the text amendment says, let me look for it, the way that was amended, what it says. I guess that's subject to interpretation. The section 22-301 says, I think this is the one that's adopted. I could be wrong. I'm not sure if this was adopted. I looked through my notes here, or maybe Daphne could help me. But it says outside storage is prohibited as item D. I don't know if that's the same. I don't know if that's the approved one or if that's a proposal. Does anyone have that?
I'm
Section 48402, R1 low density, and it's under C, conditional uses.
Yeah, item 5, private docks. I have D, outside storage is prohibited. Is that what was adopted, or can someone have a record of that?
This is the current ordinance, yes, sir.
Pardon me? Do you have it? Oh, thank you.
This is the current R1.
Okay, thank you, Daphne. Yeah, the current one, yeah, the current one does not have what I see was proposed. You know, what was proposed was that no outside storage was allowed, but apparently, I guess that wasn't adopted.
So you,
It does say storage sheds, boathouses, other dock-related accessories are prohibited with the exception of boat lifts and dock boxes. So it's a matter of what is allowed on a lot and what's not.
Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Tuckman, I'm even more confused. You talked about your renters. Is your house a duplex and you rent out part of it, or, so I'm a little confused. Is it being a year-round rental and you just alluded to having renters?
I rent it periodically, weekly.
Okay.
Yeah, it's, you know, just every once in a while rent it out.
Any other questions from the board? Does the applicant have any questions for Mr. Selkman?
No, I just want to do,
We'll come up to the podium.
I basically just want to explain some of the issues that, you know, he brought out in the past meeting that we had and today. He complained about setbacks. This dock, you know, would be built way beyond the 15 feet that is required. But if you look at his dock, if you look at his shower, and the deck that he built in the past, last year or the year before, I'm not sure what tape he was using, because it was definitely not on the setbacks 15 feet. The rock, all these rock issues that he's bringing out. Before we bought this property, there was a storm, and the town put those rocks in there. We lost about a fourth of the property. We lost it. Our property lost it a fourth. On top of that, we had to pay for the rocks, along with all the neighbors. So I'm not sure what his concerns are about the rocks that he paid. We all had to pay for the rocks. And those rocks were placed on my property. And on top of that, we lost a fourth of our property, not your property. And they were placed in the right place to take care of that road. Now, we just had a storm, and it took out most of those docks in there that you see now, landed on the neighbors, including your dock, landed on the neighbors. But then you're concerned about my dock, doing some damage to your property. And where's your dock now?
Sir, if you
okay.
Just
he's complaining about the dog that I have. It's my property, and I run my family in there. My kids can go and play in there, and my dog would play in there. It's not your property. It's my property. He's wary, or he expressed that it was wetlands, and it's not buildable. He's an engineer. If you look around here, there's plenty of structures that are built on wetlands. It doesn't mean that I'm going to build a house or a hotel in there. I just want to put a dock. He has a dock. He has a sign over his house. I put a flag on my rock, say he complained about it already. Every time I step on that property, for a decade, even before that, every time I go my property, he has to complain about it. This is what this is all about. And you can never answer all his questions because there's another one that's going to come up. I mean, we could go on here forever and ever. It's whatever sticks on the wall. That's basically what his problem is. He had a chance to purchase that property. He didn't do it. The minute that we purchased it, even before that, he had a problem with the previous owner because he wanted the property for less than it was required. He lost it. Then we got it, and the minute we got it, it has been for a decade, for 9 years, it has been nothing but hell. Okay, and I would like to see water in front of my house, but there's other houses in there. That doesn't mean that that's what it is. He needs to find a hobby, or basically realize that in the whole Pond Island, he's the only one that has a problem with that lot. And sometimes you can't always get what you want, and that's a fact. I mean, this is what it's in a nutshell. I do have a bench on my property. My wife sits there, I sit there, my kid sits on the bench. If he doesn't like that, then that's another problem. It's like I said, it just never ends. Mosquitoes, that's why we live in Pond Island. We have mosquitoes, water, fishing, boats, everything related with water. That's why we live on an island. And from time to time, there's a storm. We had 36 inches of water in our property. That's wetland. In my, where I come from, that's wetlands. So, I really don't understand what the issues are, other than the fact that he just wants to sit on his second floor and look down and see nothing. Basically, the bottom line. Thank you.
All right, if you'll stay there, does the board have any further questions for the applicant?
Yes, it is. The rock that was put around the island on your property, you say you and the neighbors paid for that?
The rocks that we are talking about, even before I bought that property, a storm came in and eroded. It got close to to the road, and the town came. That's as far as I've been told, because I wasn't there. The town came in and placed those rocks there because they didn't want to have the whole road washed away. And I don't have a problem with the rocks at all. I paid for it just like everybody did, from his house all the way to the west. Every house paid for the placement of the rocks in there. Nobody in Pond Island has a problem with the rocks. Everybody paid the dues, and that was the end of it. I don't have a problem with the rocks. They're on my property. I lost a section of my land, which, that's another issue, okay? And I have other, things to say about that, but that's in the past. That's gone. We have to move on, and this is what it is. And if the rocks weren't there, there probably would have been no road there today. So I don't have a problem with the rocks. They're on my property. I pay for the rocks, but he continues on to have an issue with the rocks, with the birds, with the bees, with the frogs, I mean, it just goes on and on.
Are any other board members have questions for the applicant? Do any of the sworn witnesses have questions for the applicant? Do you want to come up to the podium, please? Sir, you'll need to stand nearby because you'll need to answer his question if he has one. Sure.
Andy, before you bought this property, did I talk to you and tell you that whatever was going to be proposed on that property, respectfully, if anything was going to happen or be proposed on that property, that I was going to oppose it? Before you purchased that property, did I have that conversation with you before you closed on it? Thank you.
Absolutely. Even before I had paid for that property. I got a phone call from you, and you told me that you didn't know me. You said that I could be the nicest guy in the world, but you do not want to have anything built on that lot because you wanted to have a clear view of the bridge. And that's exactly what you said. That was, even I purchased the property. Even I purchased, before I purchased, I had a down payment on the property, and you found my phone number from, God knows who, and you started there. And it hasn't stopped. And it needs to. It needs to stop. At some point in time, you need to start behaving like a homeowner.
All right. Are there any other presentations or questions from the sworn witnesses or from the board? Okay, you may sit down, sir. Seeing no other requests to speak, I will go ahead and close the public hearing. The board will now deliberate. Now, I will point out that in the staff report, there is a proposed motion. Please keep in mind that any decision would need to include the findings of fact, whether they be the ones in the proposed staff report or others, and then that will be combined with your decision on the application.
Thank you, Mr. Hobbs. Discussion, I'll let you know, my one concern with this is the possibility that the lot with the dock on it could be sold separately from the house. It does seem like tying those two together in some way would be a reasonable condition on the conditional use. Mr. Hobbs, I'll ask you, is that in our power to lay a condition like that on this property?
Well, from what I hear, I haven't spoken with John Leidy about it, but I guess it was presented from the staff that they had consulted with John about that, and if I'm not mistaken, that was not something that could be done, maybe, or maybe a recombination. I'm not really familiar with what John might have
understood. I think putting that condition on them with them not being willing to accept that condition would be one case. If they are willing to accept that condition, which I have heard them say that they were, that doesn't seem to be unreasonable to me.
You can put a reasonable condition on conditional use permit.
I think the mayor shared the same concern that I have, and the de Villars have been receptive to that condition from day one, because I believe they want to enjoy and maximize their enjoyment and use of both of their properties together. So I think that they are more than accommodating in this matter. And I know we had this discussion previously about tying it together. And I would suggest that the board look at whatever, if it's a reasonable condition, let's do it. Let's try to figure out how to tie it together, even if it means changing our distances.
And even if it's a restrictive covenant that runs with the deed, would seem to be to resolve that issue. Mayor Pro Tem?
Kind of like the chief, I'm a property rights person. I think these people bought that piece of property. I think they should be allowed to build that pier on their property if they want to sell it. I think that's up to them. I don't think we should put any conditions on it. I listened to the gentleman in opposition. I don't think the town would have gone in there and put that riprap in there unless it was for a purpose, not to save this man's property, this gentleman, but to save the road. And I think each of you know, had those arcs not been put in there, there'd be no road on that end of Pond Island today. And I think the gentleman bought the property, and I think he has rights. And he can't put a structure on it because there's not enough property. He's lost it. And I think we should approve it and with no conditions.
Commissioner?
He Green's right. I mean, I believe in property rights. I believe in the rights of the property owners. I need to clarify for myself. Is there some kind of violations here? Counselor, have we violated the law? Has the town done something illegal in putting in the riprap or changing it from originally from a wetland to a lot? I mean, I don't see anything that we have legally done that was improper or
It was an amendment to the zoning text ordinance. I mean, we amended the ordinance, which we do nearly every month.
you know, I mean, I feel for both. I feel for the owner and I feel for the neighbor. But I don't see where we have. I don't feel that we have a right to deny them from their right as a property owner to do what they want to do with it. You know, so that's where I mean I feel bad that we have a discrepancy between property owners, neighbors. But that's a civil matter, and I don't think we're not getting involved in the civil matter unless the civil matter is based against us. So therefore, I don't see where we have a right to deny this because he meets all the prerequisites. They meet all the prerequisites to do what they want to do and believe in the property owner's rights. I'd have to support it too. However, I feel for the neighbor, but it is what it is. And unless the court of law is telling me we're doing something wrong, I got to support the request.
Mr. Sapp?
Going along with what Doug was asking, I've read and reread what we have from our prior town manager, and pretty much what he says, that he terminated his investigation into the matter as it seems no one in the town has any knowledge of any information concerning an alleged forgery on the form. And he goes on to say because the project would have been completed by this time even without the adjacent property owner approval. It's also clear to me, and I've lived here for a long time, that if the town had not placed rocks there, and over time, there would be no road. So I'm not really quite clear on why the rocks are such a problem, but be that as it may. And it's sad that you have differences of opinions, property owners, but I think that's our human nature, that while from some viewpoints we see pie and ice cream and the other sees mud, there is a lot there, and it's not buildable. But is it usable for something? I think that the applicant has made a good case, and this text amendment concerns the entire town that was passed in 2000. Is it unique to this property? Probably. Is it going to be unique to this property in the future as more and more erosion occurs here in Nags Head? Probably not. We have had unique situations in the past where we have had text amendments prepared and passed. Whether they were ever used or not, you know, it's anyone's guess. But I do not agree that there shouldn't be restrictions. I do not believe that if the board should allow a dock to be built, I do not believe that property should be able to be sold without it being in the same ownership as the house at 7808 or 07. I think they should be tied together, and it's been demonstrated by the owners that they have no objection to this. I don't like to see what could become a nuisance become a real nuisance by ownership being saved from someone out of the pond, because I think the pond has a very unique tight ownership in there, and it's a good community, and it should stay with that lot. That's my opinion. I don't know if that's legal. I don't know why John said what he did, Robert, so and I think I missed part of your answer probably when the mayor asked you that earlier.
Well, again, I think, last response I made was I believe that a reasonable condition can be placed on any conditional use permit.
Counselor, what is a reasonable? It's what we determine to be reasonable, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then it winds up in court.
Well, it has potential to wind up in court if it's
Anyway,
not accepted
anyway,
willingly.
yes, absolutely.
If it's accepting willingly, I think the possibilities of going to court grow slimmer.
Well, it also could result in the removal of the dock if that condition were not considered reasonable. Could it?
But didn't the board decide that he could not combine the two lots because they were not adjoining lots? We're not even across the street from each other.
It sounded to me like the attorney decided that that was not necessarily a reasonable condition to impose upon the property owner if they were unwilling to accept that condition. That's how I interpreted that.
I think part of the issue just goes back to the discussion on the WCU where we could not, there were some requirements that needed to be met in order to waive that WCU, and at that time the board wanted to ask the Delvealers to consider combining, and we couldn't get through that and still meet all the conditions of an exemption.
That's correct. The
Okay, hold on,
recombination. Oh, excuse me.
If we're going to have more testimony, we'll need to reopen the hearing. Would you like to do that?
Not particularly.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to hear what Dabney has to say. Does that mean that we do? Okay. I mean, I'd
You
like
can
to hear
defer,
what
I mean, I can, with the board's consensus, I can reopen the hearing and then have Dabney discuss that.
Is that the board consensus to reopen the hearing?
Only to
Hear Ms. Shelton?
hear Ms. Shelton.
All right, then the hearing is reopened and Dabney is recognized to address the board.
Thank you. To clarify, the recombination was a discussion that took place when the Delvealers were pursuing the water consumption unit fee, amending the fee. And the recombination was that the two properties would be combined so that the construction of the private dock would then be an accessory structure to the principal. And it was at the recommendation of the attorney that would not be a reasonable accessory use, being the distance from the existing single-family dwelling principal structure. So that it's two separate issues. One was with the water consumption units, and then this is for an independent parcel of land as a site plan conditional use permit for a private dock. Does that clarify?
Board have any questions for Dabney? Do any of the other sworn witnesses have questions for Dabney on this? Yes, sir.
I just want to go on record again that
Again, just if you can limit it to a question
okay.
for the witness.
I do have an application in for a text amendment regarding this zoning issue, correct?
Yes, you did submit a text amendment application. But we have not received your proposed text amendment. We just received the application, which you're revising to give us some further information.
Right. Would you be willing to, planning or Board of Commissioners, until that text amendment is reviewed, to refrain from decision on this?
I don't have the authority to make that decision. That's for the board to consider.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no further questions, thank you. I will go ahead and declare the public hearing closed, and now the board is back to deliberation.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to make a motion to approve this, but I've lost the facts on my computer, and somebody's going to have to make it that's got it up on the computer.
There's some proposed findings on page
Yeah,
4.
I've got it, I've
Okay.
got hers.
All right.
I make a motion that we adopt item 15 on the agenda with the following finding of facts. The applicant has met the requirements of the Town of Nags Head zoning ordinance, subdivision ordinance, and other applicable ordinances. The use will not materially endanger the public health and safety if located where proposed and developed according to the plan as submitted. The use as proposed will not overburden the firefighting capabilities and the municipal water supply capacity of the town. The Board of Commissioners approve the application for construction of the proposed as submitted for 7810 South North Shore Road and as approved by CAMA General Permit number 57257A.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to Mayor Pro Tem's motion?
Second.
We have a second. Further discussion?
Am I clear, I'm sorry, that there are no, that you put no conditions
No
on
conditions.
your...
No, Mike, we have, as a matter of findings of fact, CAMA would not have approved a general permit, which is 57257A, if we had outstanding violations against us, correct? That's correct. Okay, so that's why I wanted to make sure that there's no outstanding violations because the violations that we were found guilty of earlier have been corrected, and we paid a fine for whatever it was we did incorrect. But that's a matter of fact. There's nothing outstanding now. We've got it. They have approved the general permit based on the fact that we have nothing outstanding with CAMA. I just wanted to clarify.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to amend the motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to amend the motion by adding a condition that the de Villars have indicated is acceptable to them, that either somehow the two lots be combined into one, or that they be tied together by deed or something.
Restrictive covenant.
Restrictive covenant kind of thing.
We have a motion on an amended motion. Is there a second to the amendment?
I second that amendment.
Discussion.
You're new and have now have discussion on the amendment.
Thank you.
All right.
I've got to check my parliamentary procedure. Mayor Pro Tem.
Would you explain what you just said?
That while I'm not opposed to the motion and the building of the pier, I would like to see for the future that that's pier and the property that goes with it be tied to the ownership of the de Villars, or through future ownership, that the two lots be tied together, 7807 and 7810. Is it 10 or 11?
10.
10. Be tied together.
Which the town has got to do that,
No,
right?
no, the de Villars could do that with restrictive covenants as well.
But that would be the entire pond subdivision.
No, they have no homeowners association in there.
They have nothing.
So
So how would they do it?
the de Villars could do it by deed, restrictive covenant to their deed, or the town, or they could,
In other words, you're saying if they decide to sell their house, the lot, the pier goes with it.
yes.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
That way it precludes any separate ownership of somebody that doesn't have a vested interest in the neighborhood but only wants to come use it for a pier party area, which would create problems down the road. I think it's more of a neighborhood preservation in my mind.
Even though I don't disagree with the concept, I disagree with the having to make these people do something that, because it's that lot, that we would make somebody else do. So, believing in property owners' rights, these people bought that lot. Those people, I'm sorry, but those people should be able to sell it if they want to.
I agree.
I've got to agree with the chief. I mean,
Further discussion on
bad
the
luck to go against the man.
further discussion on the amendment to the motion. I think, I believe in property rights as well, but I do see this as a conditional use, and I think we could be avoiding potential issues with it, and I don't think it's an unreasonable condition, and I also don't believe that the property owners have an issue with it either.
You can't, I'm sorry, the public hearing is already closed.
Further discussion?
This is on the amendment.
This is on the amended motion that would place a condition on the piece. All those in favor of the amended motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign.
No.
The motion passes 3-2.
Now you'll vote on the motion as amended.
Now we'll vote on the motion as amended. And so that does have the condition on it. All those in favor of the amended motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. We're going to take a brief recess and be right back. We're going to call our meeting back to order. We are on item number 16, public hearing to consider granting a subdivision variance for lots 7, 8, and a half portion of lot 6. Mr. Hobbs?
Thank you. When considering an application for a subdivision variance, the Board of Commissioners sits as a quasi-judicial body. Therefore, certain safeguards must be instituted in order to give the applicant a fair hearing. The applicant has the right to cross-examine witnesses and to offer rebuttal evidence. Crucial facts must be based on sworn statements. The procedure of the ordinance must be followed. Except as for certain specific exceptions, the floor will not be open for debate. Comments and exchanges between persons in this room will not be permitted. Board members may question any witness at any time during the hearing. Questions from the floor will not be permitted except by cross-examination from any of the sworn witnesses once recognized to speak. A member of the board shall not vote on a subdivision variance where the outcome of the matter is considered to be reasonably likely to have a direct, substantial, and readily identifiable financial impact on the member. If a direct and substantial financial conflict exists, the member should disclose that at this time and ask to be excused from consideration of the matter. No member should discuss the particulars of the case with any of the parties outside the hearing. However, members may receive information on this case from the town staff prior to the hearing. If any of the members present have had any contact with any of the parties prior to this hearing in which the particulars of the application were discussed, or if you have received letters, emails, or phone calls concerning or any other contact with anyone concerning the matter prior to the hearing, please disclose them at this time.
I need to disclose a phone call from the applicant and that discussion of the possibility there.
All right, can you base your decision on the application entirely on the facts presented during the hearing and disregard the particulars discussed with that person during the call?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
I met with the applicant and walked through the property.
Okay. Can you base your decision on the application entirely on the facts presented during the hearing and disregard the particulars discussed with the applicant?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I had a conversation in which I indicated that my mind was already made up before he could even say anything. So yes, my decision would not be based on any part of the conversation.
Okay, so your decision would be based entirely on the facts presented
in my
the
board
hearing
packet.
and not on any previous conversation?
That's correct.
Yes, ma'am.
I have had a conversation with the applicant, and I have also visited the site.
Can you base your decision on this application entirely on the facts presented during the hearing and disregard the particulars discussed with the applicant?
Yes.
Okay. A member must base his or her decision on the evidence presented during the hearing. If any member has developed a predetermined opinion or bias on the outcome of the application before the hearing begins, please disclose that now and indicate whether you can base your decision on the evidence presented in the hearing and on nothing else.
Yes.
Crucial facts used to determine the outcome of this hearing must be based on sworn statements made by witnesses during the hearing. While you might be presented during the hearing with copies of unsworn statements contained in letters, emails, and the like, such unsworn evidence can only be used to corroborate or supplement other sworn evidence presented during the hearing. Unsworn evidence such as letters or emails can never be used as the sole basis for your decision. At this time, the town clerk will swear in the applicant and all witnesses who plan to provide testimony or evidence during this case. Okay, thank you. This time, Kelly White will make a presentation on behalf of the town staff.
Thank you. The applicant, R&R Enterprises, is seeking a variance from the requirements of the subdivision ordinance. Most people associate a variance request with the Board of Adjustment, but because this is a variance from the subdivision ordinance and not a zoning requirement, it's why it's before this board. The applicant currently owns 3 oceanfront lots side by side just south of the Barnes Street beach access. There is an existing home which is constructed on the 2 northernmost lots. It actually straddles the 2 lot lines. The home was built in the 1930s, well before any ordinances were in place. The applicant would like to reconfigure the 3 existing lots into 2 lots, one of which would become conforming with regard to lot width and lot size. The remaining lot, however, would not meet the minimum required lot width of 60 feet within the R3 zoning district. There's a survey up on the projector that depicts what the applicant would like to do, not what is existing now. As I mentioned, currently there's 3 lots. What the applicant would like to do is to create 2 lots. This lot being the first lot north of Barnes Street, which has this existing home right here. They would like to draw this lot line as such. In doing so, the existing home would then have a side yard setback encroachment right here. Also, the resulting lot, which would remain, would only be 50 feet in width. And in the R3 zoning district, the minimum lot width is 60 feet. So the subdivision ordinance says that staff cannot approve any subdivision which doesn't meet the minimum district requirements for which it is located. So what's not being met is the minimum lot width. It gets kind of confusing in that the lot width comes from the subdivision ordinance. This encroachment is a zoning related encroachment, which would be heard, that variance would actually be heard by the Zoning Board of Adjustment. So what's before you today is a request, a variance request from the minimum lot width of 60 feet to 50 feet. With that being said, should this be granted, the applicant would then need to go back to the Board of Adjustment to seek a zoning variance from the setback encroachment, which would be created by the creation of the 2 lots. Let's see here. That's a brief introduction from staff side of it. R&R Enterprises, they have attorney Thomas Nash representing them. The adjacent property owner, Jerry Grubbs, has attorney Starkey Sharp here representing him. I will be happy to answer any questions, but I know both attorneys are anxious to speak at the appropriate time.
Any questions from the board for Kelly?
Yeah, I have one. Kelly, when you go south of this property on the beach road, what are those lots planted at? Are they at 50 or 60 feet?
The majority of the lots are 50 feet wide lots. I believe attorney Thomas Nash has a large plat that he may present that indicates that the majority of the lots are 50 feet in width.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the board for Kelly? Does the applicant have any questions for Kelly?
No.
Do any of the other sworn witnesses have any questions for Kelly? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, the applicant will make their presentation.
He's got these maps. There's 4 sheets of paper. He'll take the map as the bottom sheet, so you'll have 4 total.
So
Take
there is
the
one.
map.
Okay. Oh, okay. Take that, it's already, this one. Yeah, take that. Okay, Bill. Give him a good one.
Mayor Oakes and members of the town board, my name is Tom Nash. I'm an attorney from Elizabeth City. I'm here representing R&R Enterprises. That's a North Carolina general partnership, the partners of which are Charlie and Harry Robinson, both of which are here today and available to answer any questions. I have passed out 4 documents, and the first document that I'd like you to look at, and it is now up on the screen, is the subdivision plat of Nags Head Shores, which is in fact recorded in the Dare County Register of Deeds office. And I have highlighted for you the particular lots that we are dealing with today. And they are lots 8, lot 7, and the northern 1/2 of lot 6 of the Nags Head Shores subdivision. Now, I think it is important for purposes of this hearing today to just look at those lots and look at the surrounding lots. As you can see on this plat, the great majority of the lots are in fact 50 feet in width. However, as to the lots that we're dealing with here, the lot 8 is actually 58 feet in width as it was originally platted. 7 is 50 feet, and then the northern 1/2 of 6 is 25 feet. The point that I'd like to make is certainly as those lots were platted, they are, and the majority of lots in that subdivision are 50 feet in width. And I will later show you where the majority of the lots surrounding these lots are in fact still 50 feet in width. Again, lot 8 has a 58-foot width. The street that you see there on this older plat says 3rd Street. that street is now Barnes Street. And you will see on another plat that I think was in your packet that the northern 8 feet of Lot 8, there was an easement conveyed by the R&Rs, by the Robinson family, actually to the town of Nags Head, to make 3rd Street and now Barnes Street a total of 50 feet in width. I know that this plat says 50 feet, but apparently it was 42 feet, and they conveyed an easement. So while there is an easement conveyed on the northern 8 feet of Lot 8, the R&R still owns the entire 58 feet. So you may see that. I just don't want you to get confused about that. The total width of the 3 lots is 133 feet. And you may, on some of these plats, see 125 feet, and that would be less the 8-foot easement. That's why you may see that figure as well. Now, on these lots, there is currently an old-style Nags Head cottage. Hopefully, most of you have been able to view this cottage, but it is the wonderful old Nags Head cedar shake wide porch cottage, which I think many would say is in fact or would qualify as a historic cottage or site. Certainly, it is similar to the cottages that are near the Buchanan Cottage, and I think do have, perhaps at this point, historical status. I am not here, though, to tell you that this particular cottage has specific historical status. It does not, but it was built in, I am now told, 1934. So it is over 80 years old, and frankly, much of what we are here today about is in an effort to preserve that cottage. Now, we are in fact before you today asking for a recombination of these lots. Right now, these lots constitute 3 non-conforming lots. They do not meet the current subdivision regulations. And what we would like to do is to recombine these lots into 2 lots, one of which would be conforming, albeit with a setback violation. The other would be non-conforming. Now, I have passed out to each of you a larger plat than was in your packet. And I'm going to ask that be put on the screen. And I did that because I think what was in your packet is difficult to read, frankly. And if you would push it back to the road, that would be great. Okay, great. Now, we are here before you today requesting that you allow these 3 non-conforming lots to be recombined into 2 lots. And the 2 lots are shown on this plat, one being 83 feet in width. Now, the 8-foot easement is shown right here, and you can see it better probably on the handout that I gave you, but the house, of course, sits on Lot 8 and a portion of Lot 7. The other lot that we are asking to be a part of this recombination would be 50 feet in width. Now, granted, it does not meet the 60-foot current width requirement. However, it does meet the square footage requirements. It does meet the setback requirements. And I have passed out to each of you in your handout a section that appears in your UDO, which is section 38-42. And I have highlighted that. And as you can see, this section would actually allow what my client is requesting to be done administratively, except for the fact that the side setback is violated. That side setback being the southern portion of what would then be the 83 feet and the historic cottage, the roof of the historic cottage and porch would be in violation. But specifically, if you look at 38-42 parens A parens 3 parens, it states the resultant lots, with the exception of the minimum area which we meet, and lot width requirements shall equal to or exceed the standards of the town as shown in its subdivision regulations and zoning chapter. So it actually accepts out the width requirement. So it is it is certainly my position that this could have been done administratively, but for the side setback situation. Now, if we could please go back to the plat. Now, I think one of the things that is very important to note with this particular property is that it is, I would say, unique. It clearly would comply, and my client could have two conforming lots. There is plenty of width to allow for two 60-foot lots. Unfortunately, two 60-foot lots that would then in turn allow for what many term a mini hotels. That's not what we're about, frankly. One of the things that we are trying to do is to preserve this cottage. And I think that we all know that the current economic situation mandates that an oceanfront lot or lots be utilized to their maximum extent. And that's sad, but that's where we are. And what we are trying to do here, and what we feel like is, frankly, in the harmony and intent of your subdivision regulations and your UDO, is to preserve the historic cottage and allow for the development of the southern portion of this property. And I want to point out a couple of things. The first is that this setback violation that you have heard about, which is approximately 3.7 feet, would only affect the owner of this lot, and the owner of this lot is the same and will be the same owner, R&R Enterprises. The setbacks on this side, an 8-foot setback, would in fact comply in every way with the town requirements. And thus, Mr. Grubbs, who has objected to this, would in fact be protected by the setback. And I submit to you that even if this lot were 60 feet in width, the same setback would apply. It would still be 8 feet. So it would be our position that whether it is 50 or 60, the setback is going to be there and Mr. Grubbs would be protected. As I have already stated, the other requirements of your UDO are met in that there is ample square footage for this to take place. It is well within the character of the surrounding properties. And I have given you a handout. And what I have done is taken the tax map This is a tax map that we got just the other day. And I have delineated the subject property, and then I have put X's on the number of lots that surround this property that are 50 feet in width. And as you can see, the overwhelming number of adjacent lots are in fact 50 feet in width. So I would respectfully submit to you that the request that we are making is certainly in line with and in conformity with the existing properties that are there today. Now, the application of this particular chapter, the subdivision requirements, does create a hardship for my client. They cannot in any way utilize the entire lot, and more importantly, there is ample footage on the width that would, as I have already stated, allow for two 60-foot lots, any size of houses to be built. And frankly, we don't want to do that. This property is unique. It has an historical structure, and I think that it is important not only to my clients, but to this town to preserve the historic type cottages that once existed. There are not many left. The difficulty that my client experiences in trying to recombine these lots is not of its own doing. At the time this property was platted, as you see in the amended map of Nags Head Shores, you could clearly build two houses on these lots. No problem. It was the current subdivision that changed this. This was not something that was brought about by my clients, and that house has been there, as I told you, for more than 80 years. I think that the problem that we have here is unique and peculiar to this property. Again, Section 38-42 would allow this to be done administratively were it not for the setback violation. Frankly, my clients looked into trying to move the cottage. Unfortunately, that was economically impractical. We looked at trying to jag lines that would come in and then go over. That is not allowed by your UDO. But what we are requesting here, I respectfully submit, is in harmony with the purpose and intent of your subdivision ordinance. I think that your ordinance is there to protect fundamental fairness. It is there to protect surrounding properties from something that would be inordinate and out of the ordinary and completely different from what currently exists. I don't think that our request, or I feel like our request is consistent with fundamental policy. Certainly there are no safety or welfare issues that I am aware of. I respectfully submit that it is in the interest of the neighborhood that this be allowed. It does not change the nature and makeup of this particular neighborhood as indicated by what you see there and the number of 50-foot wide lots. It would preserve the historic nature of the existing cottage, and I feel that, again, fundamental fairness and the overall intent of your ordinances would allow what we are requesting today. And I would therefore respectfully request that you allow the variance request of my client. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Nash? Do any of the other, well, let me ask, does Kelly have any questions for Mr. Nash? Do any of the other sworn witnesses have questions for Mr. Nash? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, are there any other sworn witnesses who would like to provide testimony or evidence? Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. The Planning Board voted 4-3 against allowing this motion. And we were looking at Section 38(8) of the Town Subdivision Regulation, which states where the Planning Board finds that extraordinary and unnecessary hardships may result from strict compliance with this chapter, it may vary the regulation so that substantial justice may be done and the public interest secured, as long as the variation requested will not nullify the intent and purpose of the official zoning map and ordinance. We felt that according to Town Code Section 48-404, the minimum lot width in R3 zoning district shall be 60 feet. That's something that we are aiming towards. It's going to be a long transition. Also, this request, even though you're not hearing it this morning, will violate Town Code Section 48-404, sub D, sub 5, which is the minimum yard setback. This would reduce the yard setback to a 4.3 foot side yard rather than 8 foot side yard. We're talking about 2.5 lots here that were originally built on with a single family residence in the middle of the 2.5 lots. So, you know, it gets to be hard to justify a hardship based on the original ownership and the original intent here. Also, this planning board felt there were other ways that this hardship could be ameliorated rather than a non-conforming lot. Since there is enough lot width here for the lots to be conforming, that the owners could do what they wanted to do by using other means and still maintain a 60-foot lot width. And also, we were very conscious that this 4.3 setback was on what could be next door to an 8-bedroom home built on a 50-foot lot. The applicants say that they will maintain ownership of the lots, but once this is passed, that doesn't necessarily have to happen, and a large home, beachfront home, could be built on this 50-foot lot. It's what we're trying to move away from. So there was a lot of discussion amongst the planning board members. We had 3 members that felt we should allow these variances, and then 4 members thought that there were other ways that this owner could do what he wants to do and still stay within our existing zoning ordinances. Thank you.
Just stay right there. Do the board members have any questions?
I do. Bob, I read the minutes again on this from the planning board, but I don't recall specifically the board members saying what the owner could do to conform to 2 60-foot lots.
We, as a planning board, we didn't feel like that was our function. There were several members had certain ideas of what the owner could do. If you look at the width of the lots and the measurements of the existing house on those lots, there are alternatives, and that was one of the considerations that we had. We didn't feel like it was the planning board's duty, nor should we tell the owner what he could do with as far as what he needed to do to get in compliance.
Any other questions from the board for Bob?
We had a long meeting with a lot of split votes that night, didn't we?
We sure did, but the split votes were different people on each split vote.
Kelly, do you have any questions for Bob? Does the applicant have any questions? Any other sworn witnesses have a question for Bob? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
At this time, are there any other sworn witnesses who would like to present evidence in this case? Mr. Sharp.
Good morning. I'm Starkey Sharp, and I represent Jerry Grubbs. This is the neighbor to the south, as you've already heard. And if you didn't know it, Mr. Grubbs is opposed to the proposal. So, this is here because the applicant's made a choice, and it's been an ongoing choice for over 70 years. There were occasions and times in the past where they could have chosen to do something different with the layout of their property, with the sale of their property, with the location of their house, and they've chosen to stay with what they've got, which is a large lot with a really nice house on it, a nice old Nags Head house. That's their choice. And now what they're asking you to do is to make a number of changes that are not consistent with your land use plan or your existing ordinances. Plans and ordinances that you have spent a lot of time as a town developing that specifically prohibit what they're asking you to do. They want to make a change there. And that's because they now want to carve a piece of this off and be able to build another house on it. But they made their choice quite a while ago, is why we're here today. There's been a lot of talk about underlying lots, and it's true, we've got a subdivision that had a whole bunch of 50-foot lots in it. But this is a conforming site. They have a house on a lot that's not violating anything, just as Mr. Grubbs does to the south. Now, his lot, by the way, is 70 feet. He has a piece of 2 lots. So he's one of those that are not a 50-foot lot. And I don't have it and didn't bring it to you today, but I would tell you that there's a lot of 50-foot lots in there, but that's the reason The reason you have your current ordinance that applies to this section of the town, one of the things that you decided to do is to say, we don't want any more of these 50-foot lots. We don't want to increase it. We want to go in a different direction. We want to discourage this, and we want to have the lots be wider in this part of the town. And Mr. Grubbs' lot is wider. He's 70 feet, and he conforms. This house is not threatened. The house is not in danger. If they want to keep the house, they've got a lot. It's not, it may be threatened by erosion or something like that, but it's not threatened by any zoning situation. Nobody's trying to make them do anything to their house. They've created this situation themselves, in other words. If there's a threat to the house, it's because they want to maximize the use of this 100 and some feet of property, this 133 or 125, however you measure it. That's the problem there. And they can't do that without you making changes to your ordinance. And we contend that you've got to go contrary to what you've been doing to make those changes. They have choices. They could move the house. Mr. Nash mentioned that. It's a possibility, and it's expensive, apparently. One of the planning board members suggested, well, you could build a duplex on this lot. You could add to it or increase the size of the house and add on that other, and not have to come and get any kind of variance at all. They could obviously tear down the house and have a vacant lot that they could come in and then start fresh on. Now, it's not up to me or Mr. Grubbs or somebody else to tell them which way they should go, and I think Bob expressed that very well. When nobody's telling them what they should do, the question is they're asking to do something specific, and they're justifying it on that basis. And that's not the way a variance is supposed to be reviewed and granted. You look at the standards. Is there any other way they can do it? Yes, there are other solutions they have, because nobody's forcing them to come in and do this subdivision. They're not stuck with a situation. They didn't find themselves in a problem by virtue of somebody's mistake, for example. That's what it means when it's not of your own making. It's unique. Well, no, there's a whole lot of 50-foot lots in here. It's not unique. And in fact, if you do what is being proposed, you're going to set a precedent for other people who have pieces of property that they want to cram a little lot on if they can do a subdivision. And that was noted in one of the earlier comments that had been made in the comments to the Board of Adjustment when this came before that group. It sets a precedent, which is that you're going to change your land use plan, you're going to change your ordinances to adapt to situations like this, which are purely at the discretion of an applicant come forward with a particular situation. It's not of his own making. Yes, it is. They're here because they want to do this. They're here because instead of spending the money on moving the house, they want to keep the house where it is and be able to create a new lot that they can build a house on, which can later be sold. And it's not peculiar to this or unique here. I mean, this is the map that showed you how many 50-foot lots there are in this part of the town shows that there's a plenty of them. So I argue the same map, but in support of the other position on this. You have a land use plan, and it says, it's the intent of this chapter that non-conforming uses and non-conforming portions of structures shall not be enlarged, expanded, or extended. To do what they're asking, you have to create something that's going to mean that the setback on the northern house is now in violation, which then you have to go back. They have to go back and get a variance for that. So we're talking multiple nonconformities that you, by doing what you're doing now, increases. If you do not take the action, you're not increasing or causing any problem. No structure on a nonconforming site may be enlarged or altered in a way which increases the nonconformity. No use of a nonconforming site may be expanded, enlarged, or increased in a way that increases the nonconformity. Same point. Land use plan. The town wishes to continue to grow primarily as a low-density, single-family home. The town realizes that vacation rentals, and particularly rental of large oceanfront homes, can significantly impact the town, require town resources. town will not amend the zoning ordinance or any development regulation which would result in either increased density or increased intensity of these homes. This is defined as a high priority and repeated throughout the land use plan. This is your ordinance I'm reading from. Council should understand that this isn't temporary. If you do this, it's done. And there's going to be another lot in there, assuming that the other variances are granted. And there's going to be a house put in there, and presumably they're going to put, or potentially they're going to maximize what it would be, which is another large oceanfront house, because that's what the market demands. And it's going to get crammed in between Mr. Grubb's house and the old nice house. And that's not what your ordinance says you're supposed to be doing. And to say that it only affects internally the same property, that's true today, but one day that's going to change. You're not going to be able to limit them to be able to keep, where they can't change ownership of these properties. And somebody's going to be sitting there 4.5 feet or whatever that distance was of that setback that is going to, again, have to have a variance for. And they're going to be between the two houses, and I submit to you that that's not what your intention is of the land use plan and the ordinance. So I think it's about choices in summary. And the choice was made by the applicant a long time ago to keep this house where it is, and I commend them. And it's a nice thing. It's not, and there's no pressure here that is on the town to do something that varies from your ordinance. Your ordinance requires what it requires. It's well thought out, and it was, and the land use plan was well thought out. And I don't think you're in a position to make the necessary findings that you have to make to grant a variance. So I'll answer any questions.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Sharp?
If the applicant tore down this house and created 260, however many feet lots, would the setback change in any way?
Well, the northern setback violation would, I mean, when they now have a bare piece of land, they can come in on that piece of land and get as many lots as the town allows them to do by recombination administratively. They don't have to come and get any kind of variance, and they can build whatever they want to build on that bare piece of land.
But would the setback next to your client's property be in any way changed?
No, it's not. That's the point Mr. Nash had made, that there's still an 8-foot setback, if that's the number, if I recall right, on the south side, and that wouldn't change. I mean, because they've got 133 feet. They can't. It was discussed at some of the earlier meetings that there's a 15-foot setback next to Barnes Street, so their setback off of that comes in to past the 8 feet because it's a side street. But there would still be ample room to have 2 large lots, and they would meet the ordinance. It would do everything that anybody wanted to do with it. And I'm not saying they should have to do that. They can keep their house there. Nobody's telling them they have to tear their house down. So.
Any other questions from?
Yes, but with what the mayor has asked you, then that would result in 2, possibly 8-bedroom homes on those 2 lots that conform, and the most southern house would still be only 8 foot from your client's property line. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand. They can take, if they tore their old house down, they've got ample room to have 2 60-foot lots, which I think is the size lot, the minimum lot width here. And they could build whatever the setbacks allow on those 2 lots if they tore their house down. Now, I don't know what the specifics are on moving the house, but there was some, at one of the earlier meetings at the Board of Adjustment meeting, there was some discussion about that, and what's been mentioned is that's expensive. And I understand it's expensive. I mean, we've all seen houses move if we've been here a long while, and some of these big structures have been moved, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Yes, sir.
Mr. Sharp, you made a statement that the owners of this property made a decision to keep this way, these lots, instead of getting them in compliance. Explain that. I mean, these were built in 1934, this house was.
Right, and they've
Is
had,
that what they made a decision?
well, they've had it sitting there, and the house has been there that entire period of time, over 70 years.
Who had our zoning laws in 1934?
Well, there was no zoning until, of course, the town came along.
That's right.
And then the town's zoning ordinances have come forward, and the town made their decisions about why they put the limitations we're dealing with now on these lots here. And so, yeah, there's a lot of lots in here that are 50 feet wide. And what did the town do? Well, the town said, we're not going to encourage more of that. That's what we said.
Are there any other questions, Mr. Sharp, from the board? Okay. Kelly, do you have any questions? Okay. Mr. Nash?
I have a good
Thank you. Bob, did you have any? No. Okay. Are there any other sworn witnesses that have questions for Mr. Sharp? Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any other sworn witnesses who have not been given the chance to speak who would like to make a presentation at this time? Okay, seeing none, then I will,
Robert,
yes, ma'am.
I'd like to have Kelly come up, please.
Okay, Kelly, can you come up, please?
Kelly, reading through this and then looking at the plat as well, and I'm not going to talk about the south side, I'm going to ask a question about the north side.
Okay.
That northernmost lot is a corner lot.
Yes.
They granted the town an 8-foot easement. Corner lots require a 15-foot setback. Does that 15 feet begin at the edge of their boundary or at the edge of the easement?
There's been a lot of discussion about that. The ordinance says that the setback, I don't have it right in front of me, but it speaks about when the property is fronting on the easement. And I would not consider, and I don't believe zoning would consider this to be fronting onto that side yard. So the 15-foot side yard setback would come from the property line.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Hold on a second. Any other board members have questions for Kelly? Do any of the sworn witnesses have any questions for Kelly? Okay. Seeing none, thank you. Before I close the public hearing, I just want to make sure that there are no other sworn witnesses who wish to speak, or any further questions from the board. Okay, then I will close the public hearing. I'd like to tell the board a couple of things. One is that the sole issue before the board is whether the board will grant a variance to section 38-5A3 of the ordinance, subdivision ordinance, to permit the proposed lot 7R resulting from the proposed recombination to be 50 feet in width rather than 60 feet. Secondly, I'd like to say that because this is a variance, the findings are a little bit more detailed than you would normally see on other types of matters that come before you. These are findings that are typically made at the Board of Adjustment level, but because this is a subdivision variance, it is up to this board to make them. What I'm going to do at this point is hand to the board members an example of an order, and I've given copies of these to both council and to staff. And what this order does is it first of all sets forth potential findings of fact starting on page 1 and then going to page 2. I've removed number 9 because that was from the staff report stemming from the testimony given at the planning board. Starting on page 2 are the conclusions, and there are 3 basic conclusions you're making. Under A, there's a conclusion that the enforcement of the strict letter of the subdivision ordinance creates an unnecessary hardship for the applicant. And then under that conclusion, there are 5 different findings or conclusions that you're making. One is that the applicant complies with provisions of this chapter. If they comply with the chapter, the applicant can secure no reasonable return from or make any reasonable use of the subject property. Number 2, following on the next page, page 3, number 2, the practical difficulty or unnecessary hardship results from application of the chapter to the property. Number 3, the practical difficulty or unnecessary hardship of which the applicant complains is suffered by the subject property directly and not by others. Number 4, the practical difficulty or unnecessary hardship is not the result of his own actions. Number 5, the practical difficulty or unnecessary hardship is peculiar to the applicant's property. Under subsection B, or subparagraph B on page 4, the next conclusion is that the requested variance will not nullify the intent and purpose of the official map, the master plan, the subdivision ordinance, or the zoning chapter, and variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the subdivision ordinance and will preserve the spirit of the subdivision ordinance. Under C, paragraph C, there's a conclusion that if the variance is granted, public safety and welfare will be secured and ensured, and substantial justice will be done. And there are some provisions beneath that go into that in more detail. Again, this is simply just meant as a guide as far as the types of findings that you would make if you were to grant the petition. You've heard testimony and evidence presented. It is up to the board to look at each of these items and make a determination whether the board feels like that these findings and conclusions were met or not by virtue of what you've seen and heard during the hearing. Now, if you one other comment is if you like, a motion can be made to approve an order as in its entirety, or if you wish, you can go through each of the various conclusions, starting with number A on page 2, and have separate motions dealing with each of those conclusions if you'd like to handle it that way. So that's all that I have to say about it.
Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Yes, sir.
Give everybody a chance to read through. Everybody had a chance to review the proposed order or potential order? What's the pleasure of the board?
Do you want open discussion or you want to have
Discussion.
a- Okay. Well, I'll just
Deliberation, I guess.
open it up. You know, ordinances. They're created in stone, never to be changed. However, I think that this board, in the last few years I've sat on it, has amended many an ordinance because we cannot always predict what is best. We think we can, staff researches, we pass ordinances, and then we turn around and have to amend. And I make that statement because ordinances are not law that can never be changed. And I wonder back in 1934 what the applicant's family would have done if they had the foresight to see that we were going to have ordinances that would make their lots non-conforming. I wonder where would they have built that home. The other point I want to make, and I think previous boards of commissioners have had a real firm commitment to get rid of nonconformities. This board and the board members prior to this board have had a softer approach to nonconformities because we saw what was happening. We saw in our town that by not allowing nonconformities to live anymore, we were getting rid of our history, our past, our appearance. It was becoming quite obvious that we were going to eventually wind up with many hotels that all look like each other. So how do we get by with not allowing nonconformities to live? We made other changes to various ordinances. This home is certainly one of the oldest homes here in Nags Head, and I went to see it so that I could see that it was the one I was thinking about, and it certainly is what I consider one of the historic homes in Nags Head, and I'd really hate to see it to be torn down because of existing ordinances. I've looked at the plats and I'm thinking, you know, if the town of Nags Head allowed flag lots, they'd probably get 60 feet on that street and they could still have a buildable lot and not have to worry about the rest of the problems and keep the house where it is. But unfortunately, that's another no-no. This property is owned by one family, and it has, as I can detect, 125 feet. I don't know, and especially as a realtor, that I think that one property on 125 feet of oceanfront is the highest and best use of 125 feet of oceanfront. So I just say that we have, I don't know that the audience wants to hear this word one more time today, but a unique situation that there is one ownership of 2.5 lots of 125 plus feet, and as our ordinances stand today, there is only one house allowed. And no matter what their decision is, whether they tear this house down and then they have two conforming 60-foot lots, that the property to the south of them that I believe became from 45 feet originally to 70 feet due to the sale of half of the lot that's in these 2.5 lots, which created a lot that was certainly buildable, that you'd still be 8 feet from a possible whatever new home built there. I just had to get all of that out because I'm not, I think we have a problem that can be solved here, and I think we can do it this morning.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Kramer?
I've been reading what the attorney passed out to us that was prepared, and under item 4, it talks about the practical difficulty. And it says at the time the lots were originally platted, the owner could have built 2 houses. That's wrong. At the time the lots were originally platted, they could have had a lot of houses. They could have had a cottage court. Back in the 30s, they could have had as many houses as they could possibly build on it. So 2 houses is not an impracticality, or set in stone. At the time it was platted, they could have had as many as could be squeezed on the lot with a sand bottom septic tank, which is what everybody put in at that time. I have appreciated Mr. Sharp's comments today. Listened to him with great interest. But the one thing that I kept running through my mind is that his client, no matter what happens with this property, whether it stays one piece or whether it gets divided into 2, there still can be a structure 8 feet from the property line. That is not going to change. The argument may occur down the road if this is granted between a new person wanting to buy, that's bought a lot and building, but the buyer should know what they're going to get based on what we do here today, whether we subdivide it and allow a recombination and split, or whatever we do.
Commissioner Romell? Commissioner Tim?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's fair to go back to 1934 and even consider that. Back in 1934 in Nags, I was not here, but I came along not too much later. You could build just about where you wanted to, in any way you wanted. Then the time come along and adopted an ordinance and made places non-conforming. Well, this family has been here forever. So is this whole house. To even consider tearing this whole house down, I think would be wrong. So many times through the last 12 years that I've been on the board, we have changed an ordinance to accommodate people, but we felt it should be changed. And I really don't have a problem with it. I don't think we're destroying anything. I don't think we're tearing up the terrain. I think in doing this, we would do the right thing. And I don't have a problem with it.
I always think about the unintended consequences. There's, obviously, we need to follow our land use plan and our zoning ordinances, but there are provisions in those ordinances for unusual cases. And I think the unintended consequence of not granting something like this is that you end up losing a historic structure. And I don't think that's the desire of anybody in town or on the board. And I think I will support something that allows this. Anybody care to make a motion?
Mayor, is as the motion is, or as it has been presented today, would that continue to be with the 4.3 foot setback also be taken as a whole? Because that's an interior setback violation.
Violation is not under your consideration.
So that would, no matter what we do today, or if we pass this today, that needs to go actually to the Board of Adjustments for variance for the inner encroachment
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
setback. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, then I'm prepared to make I make a motion that we approve the subdivision ordinance as submitted today.
The variance.
The variance.
And is your motion to
It's based-
include
It's based,
the findings of fact and the conclusions A, B, and C as proposed?
do I need all A, B, and C?
in order to approve the variance, you're going to need to
Yes, okay,
approve
yes.
all the conclusions under A, and then conclusion B, and also the conclusions under C.
I do.
Now, okay.
So we have a motion on the floor regarding the order approving a subdivision variance. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? I'm going to take a moment and read through these findings of fact just to make sure that everybody is clear on what we're voting on. The Board of Commissioners for the town of Nags Head, North Carolina, having held a quasi-judicial public hearing on Wednesday, October 5th, 2011, to consider a subdivision variance request pursuant to Section 38-8A of the Town Subdivision Ordinance submitted by Thomas P. Nash, 4th attorney for R&R Enterprises, owner of the property located at 2803 South Virginia Dare Trail, Nags Head, North Carolina, and having heard all of the arguments presented at the hearing, makes the following findings of fact. Number one, the applicant owns the property located at 2803 South Virginia Dare Trail, Nags Head, North Carolina. Number two, the property is located in zoning district R3, high density residential. Number three, the applicant requests consideration to allow the recombination of one 58-foot wide lot that includes an 8-foot town easement, one 50-foot wide lot, and one 25-foot wide lot, a total of 3 lots, into 2 lots. Number four, the first proposed lot, Lot 8R, would encompass the existing 8-foot easement and the existing house, and total be 83 feet in width or 75 foot of usable width. The second proposed lot, Lot 7R, would be 50 foot in width, which would be non-compliant under the district's 60-foot minimum width requirement as required under Section 38-5A3 of the Town Subdivision Ordinance. The required lot width in that section is determined by Section 48-4D3 of the Town Zoning Ordinance. The proposed recombination will also create a 3.7-foot encroachment of the existing house into the minimum side yard setback of proposed Lot 8R along the interior boundary with proposed Lot 7R. Number 6, the proposed recombination could not be handled by town planning staff administratively. Doing so requires the proposed recombination to comply with both town subdivision and zoning ordinances under Section 38-42 of the Town Subdivision Ordinance. While the administrative approval procedure in Section 38-42 does not consider lot width, the resulting 3.7-foot minimum side yard setback encroachment within proposed Lot 8R would be a zoning violation and therefore prevented administrative approval of this application. Number 7, according to Section 38-8 of the Town Subdivision Ordinance, where the Planning Board finds that extraordinary and unnecessary hardships may result from strict compliance with this chapter, it may vary the regulations so that, quote, substantial justice may be done and the public interest secured, end quote, as long as the variations requested will not nullify the intent and purpose of the official zoning map or text. The Board of Commissioners may then grant a variance. Number 8, the Planning Board heard the variance request on September 20th, 2011 and recommended denial of the applicant's request to grant the variance required for the subdivision by 3 votes for and 4 votes against. The Planning Board then voted 4-3 to approve a motion saying that there was not an unnecessary hardship and it was important to maintain district regulations. Number 9 has been struck. The new number 9 would be the sole issue to be decided by the Board of Commissioners is whether the board will grant a variance of Section 38-5A3 of the Town Subdivision Ordinance to permit proposed Lot 7R resulting from the proposed recombination to be 50 foot in width instead of 60 foot in width as required by the Town Subdivision Ordinance. And number 10, even if the Board of Commissioners grants the requested subdivision variance, the applicant may be required to seek variances from the Board of Adjustments in order to remedy any town zoning ordinance violations created by this subdivision variance. Based on the foregoing findings of fact, the board makes the following conclusions. A, it is the board's conclusion that enforcement of the strict letter of the law of the subdivision ordinance creates an unnecessary hardship for the applicant. In reaching this conclusion, the Board of Commissioners further concludes as follows. Number 1, if the applicant complies with the provisions of this chapter, he or she can secure no reasonable return from or make no reasonable use of subject property. In complying with lot width and setback, the applicant could continue the current use of the property as a single-family dwelling, and that same use could remain even if this variance request is denied. However, denial of the request would limit additional use of the property for future conveyance or construction. Number 2, the practical difficulty or unnecessary hardship results from the application of the chapter to this property. Without a subdivision and variance, the subdivision ordinance would prohibit the recombination of this property as proposed. With a variance, the applicant would be permitted to recombine 3 non-conforming lots into 1 conforming lot with a 3.7 setback encroachment caused by the location of an existing historic structure, and 1 non-conforming lot which does not meet lot width standards but could still be built upon as long as setbacks are met. Number 3, the practical difficulty or unnecessary hardship of which applicant complains is suffered by the subject property directly and not others. Section 38-5A3 of the subdivision ordinance, which includes the lot width minimum requirement for a recombination of lots, applies uniformly to all lots in the town located between the Atlantic Ocean and NC Highway 12. The applicant has ownership of 3 non-conforming lots platted prior to current subdivision regulations. According to the applicant, there is enough property to construct a new home, but not enough property for full compliance with the subdivision ordinance's minimum lot width requirement for lots located between the Atlantic Ocean and NC Highway 12. Taken together, all 3 lots have 125 feet total usable width, which could normally accommodate 2 60-foot wide lots for 2 homes, which is consistent with the subdivision requirements. The interest of the applicant in preserving the existing historic structure prevents the proposed Lot 7R to have the required minimum 60 foot in width. This hardship is suffered by the subject property directly and not others. Number 4, the practical difficulty or unnecessary hardship is not the result of his own actions. At the time that the lots were originally platted, the owner could have built 2 houses on the lots. The existing house was built legally on one lot and encroaching onto another lot in the same ownership. However, when current subdivision requirements were adopted, all of these lots became non-conforming with regard to the minimum lot width, not as a result of anything the property owner did. Number 5, the practical difficulty or unnecessary hardship is peculiar to the applicant's property. The existing lots have more than enough width to meet the existing lot width requirements of the town, but due to the location of the existing historic structure, which the applicant desires to preserve in its existing location. Run out of steam. The remainder of the property cannot be utilized without a variance to the subdivision ordinance. Section 38-42 of the town ordinances would allow administrative approval of the requested recombination of the lots were it not for the resulting minor side setback violation of the porch of the existing historic structure, which the applicant wants to preserve in its existing location. B, it is the board's conclusion that granting of the requested variance will not nullify the intent and purpose of the town official map, the master plan, the subdivision ordinance, or the zoning chapter, and the variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the subdivision ordinance and will preserve the spirit of the subdivision ordinance. In reaching this conclusion, the Board of Commissioners further concludes that the total linear frontage of the proposed 2 lots combined, 133 foot minus an 8-foot easement dedicated to the town for a total of 125-foot usable lot width, exceeds the minimum linear footage for 2 lots compliant with the 60-foot minimum width requirement. The variance is not inconsistent with any fundamental policy indicated by the subdivision ordinance. C, it is the board's conclusion that if the variance is granted, public safety and welfare will be secured and ensured, and substantial justice will be done. In reaching this conclusion, the Board of Commissioners further concludes as follows. 1, the variance will not threaten the public safety and welfare and will preserve the interests of the neighborhood and the community as a whole. 2, substantial justice will be done since no special monopoly or privilege is granted to the applicant that would not be available to others in like circumstances. And the variance will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood, given that 125 lots in the district, or 47%, are 50 foot wide or less, similar to the applicant's lots, according to staff report. Almost there, y'all. Therefore, based upon all the foregoing, it is ordered that the Board of Commissioners of the Town of Nags Head, North Carolina, will grant a variance of Section 38-5A3 of the Town Subdivision Ordinance to permit proposed Lot 7R resulting from the proposed recombination to be 50 foot in width instead of 60 foot in width.
Yes.
I have one correction the town manager just pointed out to me on page 1, under findings of fact number 4, the last line. That section of the zoning ordinance should be 48-404 D3.
48-404, okay. I'm not going to read that over again.
Okay. I think if the person who made the motion and second would concur with that.
I concur with
Correction.
that, Robert.
Mayor Pro Tem's nodding his head, he concurs. Any further discussion on this motion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. The motion passes unanimously.
Now, at this point, Mayor, you'll need to also, there's the second motion that's on page, looks like the first page, I guess, of the staff report with regard to approval of the preliminary plat.
That's number 2, a motion to approve preliminary plat with associated variances to the town zoning regulations and recombining lots 7, 8, and a half portion of lot 6.
Yes, sir.
Anybody care to make that motion?
So moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. We actually have a 1 o'clock time specific.
I'm not here for it.
No, it's got to go.
Is Mr. Thompson here? Yes, Mr. Thompson is here. It's instruction about authority for mediation in Telosco, and it is a closed session item. What's the pleasure of the board? Ask the attorney to wait, or go ahead and go into closed session for a brief while and give that direction, and then go to lunch?
Yeah, he's here.
He's here.
Right here.
How brief is this closed session?
It's very brief.
Motion to go into closed session pursuant to the request on the agenda to give instructions about Telosco.
Now, for the motion purposes, the cases to be discussed are the 2 Sansota cases, during which,
We'll do that separate.
I'm sorry, it's just for...
This is just for Telosco.
Telosco? Okay. Well, I would like to make it for the record that I will not be present during that closed session, only Mr. Thompson.
Yes, sir.
So,
I think the board recognizes the conflict that Hornfeld Raleigh has in Telosco. We have a motion on the floor. Was there a second? Second to the closed session motion. We're going to recess to closed session and be back, and then we're going to recess to lunch after that, and we'll be back. Good afternoon. We are back from a recess for lunch and a closed session meeting. Our attorney in that closed session is Everett Thompson, and the board gave instruction to the attorney and the mayor on an upcoming mediation. Our next item of business is old business. Item number 17. It's appointments and reappointments to various boards and committees. This was tabled from our September 7th meeting. I'll open the floor to the board. Yes, ma'am?
Mayor, we have 2 alternates on the Board of Adjustments open, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to nominate Perry White and Tony Parker to fill the
And I'd like to throw another name in the mix if I could. Looking at the applications that we've had on file for the last couple of years, there's a gentleman, Daniel Jones, that's been on since '09. And he says that while a lot of them will say what board they want to be on, he just said any board. And I just feel like that, if for no other reason, we should look at all applications that would fill this spot.
Does any other board member have any suggestions on appointments to these committees? We have, in addition to the vacancies on the Board of Adjustments and the alternate spots, we have a vacancy on the Citizens Advisory Committee. Do you think we could take these 3 and maybe work? Tony Parker might be a possibility for the Citizens Advisory Committee. Would that? Sue? Okay. Consensus there. That would leave us with Dan Jones as an alternate on the Board of Adjustments, and Perry White as an alternate on the Board of Adjustments, and Tony Parker as an appointment to the Citizens Advisory Committee.
Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds good.
And would somebody care to make a motion to that effect, and we'll be official and everything?
I'll make a motion that we appoint the 2 alternate positions on the Board of Adjustment to include Perry White and Dan Jones, and on the Citizens Advisory Committee, the 1 position that's available to Tony Parker.
Is there a second to that motion? Second. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The Dangerous Animal Appeal Board was the other one that we've got. And that board has not met and hopefully never does. I would propose that we simply reappoint the folks that are on that to another term. If that,
Second.
Except for Perry, you did ask Perry.
Perry's not interested in serving.
Smart man.
Well, there are again 4 applicants for that particular board that run back to '09. So we could, I know that Susan Boncheck is on the CAC, so eliminating her, you still have 3. So we could pick one there to fill Perry's spot.
Ms. Acree would like to be on that.
Yeah. So, I nominate
Suit
Jean
everybody?
Acree.
Okay. Nominate Jean Acree for the vacant slot, and then reappoint the others if that's
If they
satisfactory.
will serve again.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, the Personnel Grievance Board, those folks are appointed for a 3-year term, and fortunately for them, they don't meet very often. However, I believe the last time they had to meet, there was a scrambling to get enough members on board for the meeting. And I'd just like to see if maybe it might be a good idea if once a year that they be contacted to make sure that they're still in town, and that maybe they need annual training. I talked to Cliff about that, and I'm not so sure that that isn't a good idea.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. That is, personnel grievance is an important spot, but it does require some knowledge of the employment laws.
So, do you want me to put that in the form of a motion, or just?
I think we can give that
idea?
direction to the manager and
Thank
we
you.
can go from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is new business, number 18, committee reports. Are there any committees that anybody has been to that they would like to report on over the past 30 days? It's been a busy 30 days, I know, for everybody.
I did. I lost my page. But I did attend the tourism board meeting last month, and it was just interesting to note that July was the best tourism month ever recorded.
Wow.
And the comment was made that last year to North Carolina, $17 billion was brought in by visitors in the state. It also makes me proud to know that North Carolina is the 6th most visited state in the nation. Visitors are staying longer on the coast, spending more money. And there is going to be an Outer Banks Christmas headlined Winter Lights. It's another way to show the Outer Banks in the off-season. And those dates are from November the 25th to January the 2nd. And you will see a lot of Christmas lights and decorations on the Outer Banks. So I'm hoping Nags can come up with some kind of thing for that.
Did they talk about anything about, I read the paper or something about it where the 3rd leading area to retire in or something like that? Did you?
We don't talk about retirement in the tourism board. No, I did not. I did not, but I wouldn't doubt it. No, that we did not mention that. I just thought that to be the
Maybe,
sixth
I
most.
thought I read it in the paper.
Is that in North Carolina in general? Yeah, I could see that.
I can see that.
Halfback.
Back.
Commissioner Coon?
Last week, the Dare County Comprehensive Transportation Plan Committee met, and they appointed people to committees. Here's a copy of the agenda that I'll turn over to the manager. One of the things that was really discussed was an overview of other counties' plans, as well as there was questions, really one was, what is a functionally classified road? And it's kind of like through traffic, but at that meeting, I will say former planner Andy Gorman spoke up very highly for Nags Head, but we talked about, you can't just talk about 158, Highway 12, 1243, and 64. You have to talk about those areas like Barnes Street or Grayville Street where people use as major connectors to get over to the beach road. So those are going to be added. I know Elizabeth is going to be a member of the committee, so I'm going to leave this for her. But there was a lot of participation from people all over the county and all the other towns, as well as talking about the possibility of, as transportation is developed in the future, thinking about some greener things to do. I'll give my thoughts on that at another time, but I do have some thoughts on how to make 158 a little bit better and greener that might serve both our needs.
Well, thank you very much for attending. I appreciate it.
And the other thing is the Division of Coastal Management has a new director. His name is Dr. Braxton Davis. He comes to us from that position in South Carolina. He was an undergraduate of UVA, and that he also has attended University of Rhode Island and Florida International to get his doctorate and master's degrees. So we're looking forward to him starting and being the vision leader for the board, as well as we move forward in this environment of regulatory issues.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem?
We met with the, some of the residents of Carolinian Circle. Cliff will give you an update on that.
Thanks, sir. Commissioner Romano? Next item is 19, items referred to in presentations from the town attorney. It's a request for, well,
Be a request for a closed session to consult with the board attorney on litigation matters, specifically the two Sansota cases. And I believe there's also to be a closed session dealing with terms dealing with the acquisition of real property. I don't have the addresses for those properties. Do you?
I can give the general description. One is
Okay.
the Gillum Wood property that's between the highways, and the other is the go-kart track that's in the 3000 block of Virginia Dare Trail.
Okay, just as long as those are identified in the motion, along with the two lawsuit cases.
If you can get those addresses for us prior to the motion, I'm sure we can include those. And item number 20, beach nourishment update from the town manager. Yes, sir.
Roberta's got up on the screen in front of you the sections of the beach that have been filled to this point. Right now, Great Lakes, again, we've got the two dredges, and we don't have any reason to believe that the Dodge and the Padre won't finish out this job. They're not going to need at this point, any other dredges to come in, so what we have now will finish this job out. Presently, they're located near Conch Street, and they're headed north to Hollowell Street. Once they reach that point, they'll turn around and head south back to the Nags Head Inn. At some point, and it's probably going to be after this, it looks like there may be a bit of bad weather that's coming up. Probably sometime after the weekend, they'll go down and finish up the section that's remaining at McCall Court. The last section of beach there. And they're still indicating to us that their completion date is, they're looking at October the 20th. So about another 15 days and we should have all the section of the beach filled. Next, we've shared with you the report, the finding of the amount of loss that we had post-Irene. This graph shows you the accumulated loss from, it's kind of going, if you look from left to right, the left being at a 5-foot elevation, 6-foot elevation being the top of the berm, heading to the right would be out in the ocean under the water. The largest accumulation that we lost shifted to the mean low water, which is an elevation of about negative 2.2 feet. That's 700,187 thousand cubic yards of sand, and then from there, as you get to the 5-foot, between that negative 2.2 elevation and the negative 5-foot elevation, the sand, we lost about 589,000. So 100,000 of that stayed in place there. 589,000 shifted on down to the plus or minus. The margin of error on this is about 100,000 cubic yards. So that when you get down to the 10 feet and the 12 feet, the negative 12 feet is about 1,000 feet out into the water. That difference there of 53,000 to 100,000 is within the margin of error. So the reason and you remember, we got to go to 19 feet in order to make the claim to FEMA. The data that we have from the negative 12 to the negative 19 actually shows an accumulation. And so those numbers aren't as defendable as these are. So even if we lost 100,000 going out and beyond, there's not enough there to make a claim. There's just not enough sand loss to make a claim. And at what point do you disturb the beach? At what point do you make a claim? We're certainly not. We feel like we're not in a position to recommend to you that we would make a claim. I think this shows. It obviously we've talked about at what point do we equilibrate. We would have preferred to be talking about this a year from now, but because of Irene, that storm got us to this point sooner. But again, there's not enough loss there for us to make a claim. Do you have any questions about this?
You're saying loss, all of this sand is still in the box, the outline that we
that was a bad
that
choice.
we have.
If you get to that mean sea level, this area here would be at a 0 elevation. This 700,000, this is the area that you see. So people that go and they stand on the top of the beach access and they look, they're going to see that while this sand, the visible sand, is now underwater, it's still within the sandbox. Dr. Collins referred to the sandbox. All the sand's still in the sandbox, but part of that sand shifted underwater. So it's lost from the visible beach, but it's still in the profile.
It's like you piled it up on one end, and then you just basically let the ocean even it out.
Right.
And that, to me, that was less expensive than trying to put your bulldozer in there and spreading it out yourself. You're looking for that equilibrium point, but the ocean did it for you just by itself. And where we have actual loss, sand going out of the system, is when you get deeper than that 19-foot depth, and then it's out and moving down, probably down the coast somewhere. But really, this appears, I would say even that 100,000 that we're talking about is probably between 12 and 19 feet.
That's right.
And you can see those humps on, where the sand moved. You can see it in the sandbars.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. I had somebody say to me this morning, I think that, it's off the beach, but you can walk 100 feet out and you're still in 2 feet of water.
A couple other graphs. This will show you the black line is the conditions of the beach after the beach was filled at this particular station. Roberto, this is north of the Outer Banks Pier.
Sandcastle.
So this will show you, the black line will show you what the beach looked like just before Irene. And then the red is the post-storm. So that just kind of shows you the amount, where the sand shifted. If we don't have it indicated on here, but the before we nourished was probably back here like this. And I think she's got a couple other graphs that will show you the before and the after. Camelot Street, a little bit further south to the other end of town. The berm looks good. This would be the width of the berm, the 6-foot elevation. And then again, it shifts, all that's still in the profile. But that'll, just kind of give you an idea of what it looks like before and after. And what we've been told is that this, what we had hoped would stay longer. It would have happened eventually. It just happened sooner than we had. But who can predict when this next storm's coming? But it would have looked like this eventually, and still. So the CSE will take more measurements because right after, in the next 3 weeks, they'll take another survey, and they'll show the exact, all the way out to the 19 feet, what the conditions are, so that'll begin our maintenance and monitoring plan. And when we're moving forward, that's what we'll measure a year from now, see how much we lost moving forward. And the plan again is that 6 years or half, whichever comes last.
Questions or comments for the manager?
No, but we do have a sandbar out there that we haven't had in 40 years.
And
Something to see.
And people have talked about offshore reefs and that type of thing. Really, that sandbar has the same effect of breaking the power of the waves, where they're not breaking on the dune. They're breaking out at the edge of the beach as opposed to on the dune.
One other thing is we've got the pre-impact report from the benthic monitoring. We have that report. I won't go through it. It's just more or less gives you the inventory going in. This is what we'll measure with the benthic creatures. Roberta read through the executive summary, and I think what she found was, while we have a greater diversity of benthic organisms, our number of organisms isn't as great as it is north and south of us, but we have a wider diversity. So I don't know how much the pre-data you can come up with that's interesting, but if anybody is interested in this information, we've got it. We can make it available.
And then when will the benthic, when will they go back and measure those benthic organisms?
We have to do 4 more in each season. Immediately after this, we'll start probably. We can start we can start again with the winter and go through each season. So we'll have to go back out to bid and do this because this was just for the precinct. So we'll have to get that back out. And I'm not sure what the statutes say about us being able to carry on with this, or if we'll have to go through a full-blown bid process. They'll start immediately after the project. That's it for beach nourishment. The next item I wanted to discuss was ask the board to consider an ordinance that would prohibit alcohol on town property. I'm asked the police chief to come up. We've got an ordinance that's in your packet. I think this started with the police chief as more than anything is a matter of housekeeping because the site is posted, but if they had to issue a citation for this, there's nothing on the books that they could write a citation for. So this more than anything is a housekeeping. And then we've put this as town property. The issue that we're concerned about is mainly at or on the town park right off of near Britthaven, located at 4110 West Health Center Drive. But the other, we also have listed here the Harvey Sound Access. But I'll let the chief fill in the gap too.
Thank you, Mayor, Board of Commissioners. This proposed ordinance would be specific for 2 pieces of town property. This isn't our beach accesses. We're not trying to do a ban on alcohol. This is the town park, which is already postings for no alcohol that's prohibited, or alcohol is prohibited there, and then also at the Harvey Street access. We've had problems in the past at town park. You won't see a change in the way we do things. Much like the manager said, I do think it's just a house cleaning type of thing that we want to have this to give us the option. The complaints that I had dealt with possession and consumptions of alcohol. This isn't a birthday party or anything. It's other individuals that are going to the location to consume alcohol. And to just give us a different avenue to handle those issues if they do come up.
How have y'all been handling them today, Chief?
Tell them that it's posted and they're not allowed to have alcohol there. But if they insist of, okay, I don't want to leave, or we're kind of stuck with, okay, and they stay. But this would just give us a different, again, we're not looking to sit up there and give people tickets. This is not a large problem, but we have had issues in the past, and I would like to be able to address it properly.
Kevin, and I think that Town Park is no place for, that's a family park. and
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's a great idea. I wanted to ask you, though, about the Harvey Sound access. Have you had any problems there at all as of yet?
Sometimes after hours parking in that area during patrols, but much like, I looked at it as being much like the town park, that it is more of a family atmosphere. But I guess the initial concern was the town park, but when identifying other areas, I wanted to include the Harvey Street as well. But would be happy to talk about that further.
Well, I do know that when Harvey Track was developed, that there were some comments from people, and that it's a nice place to sit in the afternoon with your bottle of wine and your
Yes, ma'am.
cheese, and sit there and watch the sunset. It's a great place.
Absolutely.
And I would assume that this would eliminate that.
It would, again, but we're not targeting that type. But in essence, it would. And if there is a concern about Harvey access, we can certainly go back and revisit the proposed ordinance and make it more specific to the town park if the board so chooses to go in that direction.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Since the issue has been, the reason this came forward was town park, would it be okay with?
I would be happy with the town park at this juncture and just go with that location, and certainly report back if there's any other future problems with Harvey, but I certainly understand what you had brought up.
Well, that's what I personally would like to see, if let them monitor the second one, and if that becomes a less than desirable situation there, then we could act also on that piece of land if the board would try it.
Is that agreeable with the rest of the board? Would you like to make a motion to that effect, Mayor?
I make a motion that we pass the, let me go back up to where we are. Pass the ordinance amending the code, and that code is section 2611, and amend it to just include the address of Nags at Town Park at 410 West Helsler Drive.
We have a motion on the floor. I'll second that motion. Further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Chief.
Okay. Finally, for me, the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned a meeting that staff had on Carolinian Circle with some of the, all but one of the residents and property owners. I've asked Dave Clark to help me with this one, but essentially what we did was at the Mayor Pro Tem's request, Commissioner Cahoon was there, and we met to hear what the residents, property owners would like to see as far as improvements go with Carolinian Circle to that road. The issues that we're faced with are, at one point we looked at what the fire code would require. This lot was platted before the adoption of the fire code. So while we have some best practices that we would like to recommend to the board, there are no requirements that we can place as they relate to the fire code. There is the issue of how the road will be paved, or how the road will be maintained, and how it will be built to begin with, whose funds, how will they go about. The residents and property owners have agreed to, similar to what we did on Pond Island, to pay for the initial assessment. And then there's the issue of POW bill and what the width of the road has to be for POW bill to be able to maintain it. And the width has to be 16 feet of paved surface for POW bill to pay for it. The other concerns were from some of the property owners were they wanted to make sure that we addressed issues with stormwater runoff being a big concern. They want the road, what they've indicated is they'd like to see the road paved because of maintenance concerns. Having a crushed run or ABC stone road over the long term, long run, it'll revert back to what we presently have, and they felt strongly. Now, there are some things that we could do. We could narrow the width of that pavement and have crush and run gravel on the shoulders. There are some things that we can do, but what we ultimately we need to do is get the board to initiate a text amendment that will allow us to go back and look at some alternate design standards for an environmental street. It's about, I think it's about 800 feet of road. Is that right, all the way around?
It's closer to about 1,100 feet.
1,100
the
feet
circle
all the way
part.
around.
Right.
And it is, sections of it are in the AEC. So this does fall under the area of environmental concern. So, but Dave, if you would talk about the street and requirements.
Well, the town code has specific requirements dealing with different types of streets. And if the board recalls, a few years ago, the definition of an environmental street was amended to permit it to be placed in Carolinian Circle. That's only 20 feet of pavement. It's the least width of pavement that we have. But when we were out there and discussing with the residents, one of the suggestions that we were asked to take a look at was the possibility of further describing an environmental street as 12 feet of pavement if it is a one-way street. So in other words, it would be one 12-foot wide lane and circulation would be one way, whichever turns out to be the best for the residents. It'd either be counterclockwise or clockwise, but it would be a one-way street. In discussion with Chief Zork, though, we would need to provide a fairly good, strong shoulder on either side, because it's one thing to put a fire truck on a pavement, but then you've got all the activities that go on with the firemen on either side of it, and they would need to have a surface that they could be pretty confident of being able to stand on and staying level. I don't know how familiar the board is with this street, but when you get back, particularly in this area right here, it stays very wet much of the time, even when we're going through drought conditions. And certainly one of the issues that we will be addressing with whatever road is built out there is to try to significantly improve the drainage. But what I've done, I've talked with one of the contractors here on the Outer Banks that does paving, and I was hoping to have it today, because he told me he'd have it to me today, getting estimates of 3 different construction standards: 20 feet width, which would be 2 10-foot lanes, a 16-foot width of pavement, which would be the minimum we'd have to have if we want to add it to our PAL bill map and get maintenance funds for it, and a third option would be 12 feet of pavement with 4 feet of crusher run on either side. So you'd have a 20-foot lane, so to speak, but only 12 foot of that would actually be asphalt. The remainder of it would be crusher run on either side. So I should have those costs. We discussed with the property owners one option of funding it, and that is using it or funding it the same way that the extension on Pond Island was done, where the property owners agree to a formula that would determine what each of their shares would be. One of the things about, there are not that many lots back here, but this lot, for example, is a corner lot that has 2 sides that would front on this new street. This lot back here there's already a house on this lot right there, but you're talking about this property owner, this lot, and this lot, which is, this one's owned by Mike Kelly. But you would just have one corner lot, and the property owners might decide they wanted to split the cost 5 ways equally, or they might do it by frontage. And there are some provisions in the state statutes that would allow us to deal with a corner lot, where they would be charged for the frontage on one side or the other, but not on both sides. But once we get these costs, we indicated to the property owners that we would get back to them in 30 days or less with the various options and what the costs would be, and then we'll discuss with the property owners further. And the board, I'm sure, knows that this issue has been going on for quite a long time. There's been interest in the past in putting a road in Carolinian Circle, and I think that Commissioner Cahoon and Mayor Pro Tem Gray would agree that this was probably the most amicable meeting that we've had out there. I think all the property owners want to work together, and they see a commitment on the part of the town to work with them to try to get a road put in there that would serve their needs, but would be as least disruptive as possible to the environment that exists out there. I mean, there are a lot of trees, not just pine trees, that those folks would like to save, and certainly any road that's proposed would be designed in such a way that we preserve as much as possible the nature of that neighborhood.
Question, Tisna?
Dave, I would say, why would we even look at a 20-foot road? Because that's not something that the neighborhood even wanted to consider. we talked about 12, we talked about Kevin needing more for a fire truck to 14, and we talked about a one-way, but 20-foot was never even considered as an option among the people in the neighborhood. And
I'm just trying to get some comparative costs. I don't, if the board is willing to, and again, if you look in the code, the definition of environmental street doesn't say 20 feet wide, but the drawing does, and it would be the drawing for an environmental street that could be amended to provide for a minimum of 12-foot paved width for a one-way road, and that's all that it would take in the code to permit for this relaxed design standard. The thickness of the pavement and gravel, everything else would meet the standard, but it would only be 12 feet wide.
You're not going to pay for a 20?
No.
This won't
But it's not costing us anything to get these estimates, and I just thought for,
except time.
yeah, well,
Mayor, I would suggest that we authorize staff to allow the process to begin of amending an environmental street in an AEC, but I'll make that a motion, that we authorize staff to start amending the process, going through the process to amend the environmental street.
Everybody clear on the motion? Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
We have a second to the motion. Further discussion?
And I'd also like to see staff be pretty innovative. Who says you need a 12-foot wide or 16-foot wide? Why couldn't you have 2 lanes with gravel running through to absorb the rainwater? Instead of a 12-foot wide thing, you might have 2 4-foot lanes with something open in the middle for rainwater. But take a look at being innovative and creative if we're talking about an area of environmental concern.
As long as it would suffice the fire department.
As long as they've got lanes to drive the trucks on that would stand up. Doesn't all have to be pavement. I mean, they can, but they would have the chance through this process to have their input.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And for my staff clarification, this would be an amendment to Chapter 36, which would not require public hearing or would not require, does not have to go to the planning board, but it can be on the planning board's agenda 2 weeks from yesterday.
It should go through the planning board process, in my mind. You should include the planning.
We feel like we can have this back to you all first meeting in November.
this is the drawing that would need to be changed because it says an environmental and sub-collector street, and it shows 2 10-foot lanes, and we would amend this to add a provision for a 12-foot wide single directional road, and we can even put a comment in there to allow for innovative design in an area of environmental concern, which this certainly is, to take into consideration possibly, as Commissioner Cahoon said, 4 feet of gravel with 4 feet of asphalt on either side of it, and then additional asphalt outside of that, that would provide the surface needed for a fire truck, and at the same time would be as least disruptive as possible. And that would also help with the drainage issues that exist back there.
And I've seen those roads where they are slanted inward, so that it does drive that stormwater to that center section, which doesn't necessarily have to be gravel. It could be geoweb or something like that that would also absorb. But you would do that in addition to this diagram, correct? I mean,
Correct.
Add another possibility to
Right.
it, not just substitute that one for this
Right.
one. Okay. Further discussion? Everybody understand the motion?
Yes.
All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. May I ask a couple of quick questions, O'Day? How much POW bill money do we get? It's based on a linear footage?
It's about 106,000 this year.
No, but per linear, how much would 800 linear feet of road bring in? Is it $20 or is it $200?
The formula's 75, it's either 75-25 based on population and based on linear foot, so it's a little bit, I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Ballpark? I mean, $50 a year, or?
Well, when we get the invoice, it's not broken out that way. We got 56,000 last week. We're supposed to get another 56,000 in January. So last was 117 or 118,000 total.
Okay. But POW bill requires a 20-foot wide?
16, no, 16, right.
Okay.
But
if
you're
we went
right.
Under 16.
Under 16, you couldn't use POW bill funds to
Yeah,
maintain.
but it's going to be a minimal amount.
We have 33 miles of roads in town, so that's 170,000 feet. and we're talking roughly 1,000, so that's 170th of what we have now. And you're right, it would be a very small increment of increase or not if we go with something less than a Powellville Street. Yes, sir.
We're not missing a lot by not
Correct.
making it
Correct.
16 foot wide. My other question was, on that map, didn't part of Carolinian Circle get cut off and put into the park? Am I?
I don't know.
Okay. I thought there was some adjacent land that we included in the park that kind of cut it off a little bit.
Well, I think there were some lots at the back, at the western edge, that were originally in the Carolinian colony, I think is what the subdivision's actually
But
called.
They led up to the road.
That were on the western side of the road, but they were incorporated into the property that became the park, so that those lots are now, at the back, the only lots that are developable or would be accessed by this road are inside the circle. They're not on the outside of the circle.
I understand you would want to have circulation through there, but is there a way to do less than the full circle, I guess was my question.
Well, I think that would be a fire issue, because then you've got to have a way to get your fire truck that you've gotten to the back to fight a fire out of there without having to back it up to come out. So I think the purpose of the discussion of having a full circle, even if a full circle's not needed to access the properties, would be to be able to exit the site following a fire.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Now, does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions for Dave? Other than mine, sorry.
No, but I do, I do want to point out that in the final analysis of what's put back there, even though the residents of Carolinian Circle are going to be paying initially for the road, we need to look at the town will be maintaining that. So I think we want to look at down the road the most economical maintenance that the town can provide back there.
Because they would pay for the initial construction,
Right.
but then we would accept
Right.
it and take over maintenance in perpetuity.
Yes, so I don't want to leave the future.
And I guess not this would be coming in November when we discuss this, but another option is to abandon it and they take it over as a private drive if we can't get past that 16 feet for maintenance.
Private streets, sorry.
Well, it's
Actually, we
kinda
don't allow them in town, I believe. Yeah. I mean, certainly that ordinance can be changed, but
Yeah.
I think we change it sometime back to disallow private streets.
Yeah, well, but you're right, it could be changed back, but I just think that they need to figure out what is the best for them, but in the meantime, don't cheat on what they're putting in there, and
Right.
and all of the town eats it later.
Yeah. Well, I applaud Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioner Commissioner Cahoon, excuse me, for going out there and getting a conversation with all of these folks. It is a long-standing problem in the town, and it would be nice to have some resolution to it.
The main thing the people that live back there want is a road that goes on the circle that don't cut down the oak trees and the greenery. 16-foot road will be pretty close. A 12-foot, I think we can make it. Don't you, Dave?
I think,
There's a few pines that have to come down. but
it
not
may
the
have to,
hardwood.
it may not follow the path like a normal town street would, but then again, speed limit's going to be probably 10 miles an hour, and the purpose is not to get people through here quickly, but to get a road built that is kind to the environment.
If we put a decent road back there, an asphalt road, there's only 7 houses and only room for 7 houses, so the traffic's going to be minimal. And it's not something we're going to have to replace in a year. It's going to be over years that they'll have to do maintenance.
It would allow building permits for the
That would be the
properties.
big benefit.
Right, because right now they're struggling to get a building permit because they're not on a.
Not on a town street.
Right.
Right.
I mean, it would allow the town, we'd make it up in tax revenue, what the street would cost, or street, even after the initial
maintenance.
cost, yes, because we're gonna be getting habitable property. which we don't have right back there right now involved, except for the ones that we already did.
Other comments, questions? Thank you, sir. If we could we consider item number 7 from the consent agenda? And I just wanted to pull this one out. It's the ocean outfalls and the bid. We had budgeted, I believe, $400,000 for it because of the state's requirements on ocean outfalls, of which I think we really have the majority of the ocean outfalls in the state, probably 90% of them. But they were insisting on what seems like overkill. Cliff, did y'all have a chance to look at?
Dave's gone back and asked CSC to provide us with a little more in-depth, detailed surveys at the outfalls to find out, number one, whether or not we have to extend them as far as we initially thought. Remember, what the camera permit said was you can extend them to the pre-nourishment conditions, but you got to scale them back as the beach, as erosion occurs over time. And so he's going to find out about those surveys, whether or not we can go ahead and scale those back from the beginning. And then also, we've asked about that design, that the low bidder came up with an alternative design that would save us considerable money. And of course, we were told no. And we can make that request at the same time that we're looking at scaling these back.
Well, it just seems ridiculous to spend an extra $1 million on these things to make them up to some standard that the state has somewhat arbitrarily chosen.
Where did they find that requirement, since we have 90% of them, and I never heard of that requirement before? Where did
The design, I don't know, Dave, if you know the difference between what was proposed and what DOT told us we had to do.
When we first opened our dialogue with DOT about what it would take to extend these outfalls, the design came out of their design section in Raleigh, and they said that they had, somewhere in the southern part of the state, they had built one to this standard, and this was what they believed had the best likelihood of lasting a long time and not being as susceptible to being beaten up as the concrete pipes with wooden trestles like they have here in Nags Head. And that was from some date that had already passed into the future, that was how they had to be built or rebuilt, whatever the case may be. And so that was what they directed us to do as far as extending them and also replacing a portion of what was already there, so that the transition from the old technology to the new technology was not taking place out in the ocean at the end of the existing system. It was taking place back under the dry sand beach at a point that they identified, and it's different for each one. It's not the same distance from the baseline that everything has been based upon ever since the Corps of Engineers first designed the Beach Nourishment Project for the Outer Banks. But that was how they came up with where the transition needed to take place and the design that they said we had to use.
And is that design different from what the Park Service says that they want on theirs?
I was not aware that the Park Service wanted anything other than what DOT, because it is at Ramp 1, it is on Park Service property, but just like they run through town beach accesses at Curlew and Conch Street, they're DOT outfalls, and therefore the construction standards has to meet DOT requirements.
We have a new DOT representative.
I'd heard that.
Yes, we do, and I just wondered if we might not pass this along to him and see if, because my wondering is this: how long have those outfalls been there, built the way they are, and I wonder how much maintenance DOT has had to do since the inception of them, that they feel that this extra $1 million is needed to preserve these new ones into infinity, since we're going to have to cut back on them as we go along with erosion.
To me, that's totally logical question to ask, but I asked that, and the answer I got was there are outfalls, and you're extending them because you nourished your beach, and therefore you must adhere to our design requirements.
Have they been there 40 years?
They've been there since the early 60s, so they've been there more than 40 years.
And I don't
'Cause they-
believe they've
and
been
I don't believe
a
they've
huge
been-
burden for maintenance.
Well, and they have not maintained them adequately. I mean, and they will tell you that because for many years they were the responsibility of their bridge division, and they spent their money on bridges, and they did not spend their money on maintaining outfalls. And I mean, Ralph can attest to this, having been here a lot longer than I have, but the outfall at 10.5 mile post, the old Carolinian outfall, is considerably shorter than it was when it was first built because storms, et cetera, have beaten it up, and it has lost sections of pipe at the end of it to the point now where it's buried by the beach a portion of the year. And you know, they've talked about, they were talking about it 9 years ago when I got here about extending it, but nothing has been, and that's DOT, but nothing has been done to do that. So I mean, they have not spent exorbitant sums of money on maintaining these in the way that they should. And I don't know if this technology that they're requiring us to build is one that they think that they will be able to ignore even longer. I don't know.
Is the state requiring us to extend these outfalls?
No, sir, we're extending them on our own.
You know, right as we speak, they're covering up Conch Street,
Yes, sir.
and it's going to be about 20 feet covered. If that sand slides in the ocean like they predict, they're going to be uncovered in a week. Maybe we shouldn't even extend them.
No. I think that's something reasonable to look at with the recent events that we've had. And it just seems like it's possibly a $250,000 solution instead of a $1.5 million solution, with some give and take from DOT. So if the board will allow, I'd like to get in contact with our new DOT board member rep and consult with Dave and see if we can get some movement on it.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't seem like there's a particular sense of urgency there. They are still functioning as well as they have been functioning.
They worked through the recent rain we've had.
Right.
But once they cover them today, they're not going to be functional, right? They're not going to be a drain. Am I right? Or will the pressure of the water put them out?
They've covered, I mean, they've been past at least one of them.
Well, Curlew Street was covered, but it was covered prior to Irene, and then Irene uncovered it, and it's been functioning fine ever since Irene. So, I mean, Irene sort of eliminated the need to extend Curlew Street at this point in time because it's now, that section of beach has been nourished. They're through with that section. They've gone on beyond there, and the pipe is exposed, and stormwater's going out through it.
Okay. Well, if that's acceptable to the board, I'd like to pursue that and see what we can do there.
Absolutely.
Board of Commissioners agenda, Commissioner Canoon?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Recently, sorry to say that Irene caused the cancellation of several events on Hatteras Island, but Nags Head was lucky enough to be the recipient of holding those events. And at Jeanette's Pier, which has turned out to be a wonderful site for those events, there, not too long ago, we had on the north side of the pier the East Coast Surfing Championship for amateurs, and on the south side, we had the pro competition. It was great, and in talking with some of the directors of the East Coast Surfing Association, they'd really like to come back to Nags Head, so I think we ought to invite them back. They'd like to come back, I think we ought to issue the invitation. Say, please come back, we'd love to have you. Not trying to undercut our neighbors to the south who are undergoing some really hard times right now, but we offer a diversity of things for people to do of all the ages, and people like that option. So I would request that the board invite them back and have the mayor write them a letter, of which there's a sample copy, but write them a letter inviting them back next year.
Board consensus? Anybody?
I think that's a great idea. You know, when Renee and I come on the board back in the early 90s, they were not allowed in town. You couldn't have a surfing championship, kayak, or nothing on the beach. They were afraid that they'd advertise a Coke or have an advertisement sign facing the highway But I think it's good that we allow them in town. I think it's good for the town.
Now, I'll agree that Jeanette's Pier has turned out to be an absolutely gorgeous viewing spot for all of these events. You're up, you can see. I think Billy mentioned that the World Surf Kayak Championships are going on now, and it's a perfect venue for it.
And they're pretty amazing. They're pretty happy. They miss being on Hatteras down at Buxton, but the World Kayaking, I mean, it's been years in the planning. You have to bid that out. You have to vie for it much as you do any other, like an Olympic event. But I think it'd be really nice for us to have it back and issue the invitation to all 3 events that have been moved.
I see consensus on our board
Well,
for doing
there,
that.
I do want to make a statement. I think everyone in this audience, particularly on this board, knows what our neighbors to the south have gone through and are going through as far as economically, and still are unable to get the needs serviced in that area. I have never liked to profit from someone else's misfortunes. And while I do agree with Renee that they've been a beautiful event for the town of Nags Head, I would like to issue them an invitation to return, but I also don't want it to sound like that, well, we finally decided that you are a great group to have, so come on back. I mean, I do not want to take something away from the southern end of the county that we have lived without due to past boards not welcoming it. So I think a letter of welcome is certainly in order. And that should be sufficient.
I will say, the one thing about it was we were at least able to keep it in Dare County, and that benefited everybody by having the revenue to go and help do repairs to the south. That tax revenue is distributed throughout, so that's a good thing.
Yes.
I think we can word that letter so there is a letter of welcome and not necessarily.
Right. That was my only concern when I read the letter. I just felt that it's also in Dare County when it's been at Hatteras, and we've also profited from that as well. So,
That's good for everybody.
thank you.
No, ma'am. Thank you.
The only other thing is there any update on any of the drainage projects that we're supposed to be working on?
Yes, Dave and Ralph to assist with these. I know we've gotten some of the work completed in Northridge. I think what we had planned to do has been done, but there's additional phases that we can do in Northridge. Learned yesterday from Mark Bissell and Vista Colony that the updated plans and easements are under review at the Washington Regional Office for Stormwater, DWQ. We added some elements, I guess, to try and drain some of that water off in the corner of Nags Head Acres that we've had issues with, to try and convey that through some easements and stormwater pipes that will go out through Vista Colony. But we don't expect any substantial changes, and I believe Ralph is planning to get those out to bid next week. The construction documents for bidding out for Vista Colony. And there are some other things we're going to do in Northridge, Dave, which is conveying more water out to the swells.
Can you? Yeah, there we go. Okay. The area in Northridge that is most critically in need of help is the Lookout Road and Cuddy Sark Lane, 2 blocks. There's a existing culvert that goes under Lookout right here, and as soon as we finish picking up storm debris, which we're doing now with town forces, we'll be transitioning into the phase of the year when we typically do drainage projects. One of the first things we'll do is get this pipe cleaned out, because we now have installed a pipe that runs from Lookout out to the bypass. So there's now a clear channel for water to flow out of this portion of Northridge out to the bypass. There was a ditch there years and years ago that gradually filled in over time. So by having a pipe installed there, we have reestablished, we've pulled the cork out of the bottle, so to speak, and now water can freely flow out of this section of Northridge. The yellow represents where we'll look to begin putting in swales. We may have to put in, we probably will have to put in some driveway culverts as part of this project. So it will be a project that we'll need to have engineered design, but our goal will be to try and alleviate the problems that have occurred in this area of Northridge and start getting that water to flow out through this new pipe to the bypass into the DOT system.
Have we gotten, I guess we don't need an easement from Colony Ridge now?
We've got all the required easements to do the Vista Colony project. We needed to get one from between Vista Colony and Nags Acres, and we from a property owner. Once we tried a private property owner, once we decided to try and get some of that water from Nags Acres into the Vista Colony, and so we've gotten that as well.
And Dave, you mentioned something about town staff picking up storm debris. Don't we subcontract that out?
Well, we had a contract, we had two contracts actually. We used RPC, a local contractor, to pick up, to do a first pass through the entire town, picking up construction and demolition debris. And then we utilized the agreement that we have with Dare County to use Crowder Gulf to pick up vegetative debris, and they have made one complete pass through. So all the streets in town have been cleaned one time with from C&D and vegetation. Now it's coming out in drips and drabs, and it really doesn't behoove us to keep a contractor on the payroll, so to speak. And so as it is called into us, as it is reported to us, and we do ask that people who hear this board meeting call us and let us know when they've put it out, because we can't check every street all the time. Initially, we were going down pretty much every street, and so if someone had put debris out and not called us, we would see it and we'd pick it up. But now we're in the mode where there's storm debris that's out there. We're also past the 1st of October, so now we're in the time of year when we would normally pick up bulk debris that has nothing to do with the storm. And so we're trying to differentiate between the two as we pick them up and haul them over to Stumpy Point.
Dave, I have a question. Holiday weekend coming up, we have a lot of people, there's a lot of, all the debris on the 158 has been left out there, that's all the wooden debris. When is that going to be cleaned up?
Well, that's something that we're going to have to coordinate with DOT, because initially they took the responsibility for cleaning up the bypass. As I understand it, they have a different relationship to FEMA than the town does, but we're somewhat restricted because of the agreements that we have with DOT as to what we can pick up, because we can't get money back from FEMA if we pick it up on a certain DOT right-of-ways, federal highways. And so we're going to have to find out when they plan to get that material picked up. And if they need some help from us and we're authorized to go ahead and do it, even if we can't get reimbursed for it, we'll go ahead and do it.
There's a lot of debris. I mean, it'd be great if DOT would authorize us, since they're so busy, because I know they're overworked and
Right.
understaffed.
Particularly with the problems they have down south that are not directly debris related, trying to get roads rebuilt.
They'll let us pick it up, but there's no reimbursement.
But there's none, even if they give us permission, they're not going to reimburse us. So we eat it.
Unless Crowder Gulf does it under their contract, because Crowder Gulf picked it up on 158. There was Crowder Gulf trucks out there picking it up at one point.
Off of Windmill Point?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that may have been
That was the first sweep, though,
right,
wasn't
and
that the only?
that was cleaning up the
Town property, because we had them pick up at Harvey Tract, and we also had them pick up at Windmill Point.
all that debris on our side. And I don't believe FEMA will pick up commercial debris either off of commercial sites.
Crowder Gulf was hired by DOT to pick it up. They went and they got the vegetation. Talking with DOT was that they were going to take the vegetation first, then they were going to come back again and get the rest of the C&D material. They did get the C&D material off the causeway, but they hadn't gotten it out here yet. But that's what I was told. But those Crowder Gulf trucks were hired by DOT. And I've been calling them every week to try to get an update. And last I heard, they were up in Kitty Hawk and in Manio, and they were both supposed to be working towards the middle.
Keep calling.
Thank you, Ralph.
Mr. Sapp?
I noticed that we have our our monthly report on recycling, and we are really collecting a lot of tonnage. And this particular month, I see that we have now 56 carts at the beach accesses, and the amount of tons that were collected were almost 5 tons. But I did ask Cliff if we can, as the summer disappears and winter comes on, if we can decrease the amount of carts that are there at the beach access.
And we can.
And we can.
Right.
Okay.
We'll start.
Is-
Peeling it back.
Okay. Michelle mentioned to me this morning that we have quite a supply of the 50th anniversary cookbooks still here at Town Hall. So think about that when you're getting Christmas gifts for your friends that either live here or don't. Also, she has plenty that if there are still stores that need to replenish their supplies, that they can get them here at Town Hall. The other thing I wanted to say was, I went to the hospital on your behalf, Bob.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. For Monday night, and the hospital is having the 2nd annual Get Pinked. It was a kickoff there at the hospital. And I just want to say that this is something I knew very little about, but I do remember that the town did a proclamation, which was read. This group, and they were headed by Linda Willie and Carl Canole, did something last year that was incredible with their committee. This is Get Pink means that the people in Dare County who cannot afford a mammogram can get a mammogram. And this organization pays for the mammograms. They raised $35,000 last year, first year. It's amazing. And their goal this year is $50,000. So if you are curious about what they do, how they're doing it, how they're collecting money, I would just suggest that call Linda Willie or Carl and find out, because it's really not only worthwhile, it saves lives, and it's also fun, what they're doing. That's all I have.
Commissioner Romell?
Not a thing, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing.
I do have a couple of items. Cliff passed me notes that we never officially adopted number 7, which was consideration of the amendment to the Beach Nourishment Project ordinance. With y'all's permission, I think we should wait and try and get it changed.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Apparently not.
You can wait. I'll just remind you, you previously approved that contract, so that $1.3 million contract has already been executed, so that was the funding source for that.
So what recourse do we have at this point, Kim?
It could obviously be negotiated and brought down. That's not a problem, but right now there's a contract out there that doesn't have a funding source. That's my concern.
Which would violate
Yeah.
LGC guidelines.
I apologize, y'all, for messing that one up. It appears we should adopt that ordinance. I think we should still continue to negotiate on that. I think there is a better solution to it. And that ordinance is...
Yeah.
I'm not sure paper wasn't faster, y'all.
Oh, thank you,
Whole lot
Mayor.
of clicking. Whole lot of clicking.
I told Cliff I'm going to be the only board member that goes back to a book.
Okay, this ordinance, this request decreases funding for contingency by $1,050,000 with increases to other of $971,162 to increase funding for ocean outfall reconstruction from $400,000 to $1,371,162, which is the amount bid for the work, and increase professional fees by $78,838 to provide additional funding for additional legal fees and the related survey work relative to obtaining necessary easements.
And that comes out of our beach notice run money.
Yes, sir, it does. It's shifting funds around from contingency to an outfall expense.
I don't see that we have a choice but to go ahead.
I don't think we do have a choice but to go ahead. And I'll make that motion for approval.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. I beg your pardon for taking us backwards. We've had a request to sponsor the airing of the League of Women Voters Candidate Forum night, which is coming up this Tuesday. I don't have the time directly in front of me. I know I should. You keep clicking. 6:30, and it's here at the boardroom. Our sponsorship is necessary in order for it to air on Channel 20, which I think is very important for our town citizens. We do not have a financial responsibility here. It is simply the sponsorship so that it can air on the public TV, the government TV channel. And I'll entertain a motion.
I so move.
We have a motion for approval. We have a second. Any further discussion?
I do. I have talked about this very issue with a couple of people that are donating funds to pay for this, which is a nominal fee. I think it's around $400. And it seems to me, because they will always need the town to support this program. This comes about every 2 years in Nags Head, and it's truly a service to all of the residents of Nags Head, whether they want to come in person here or watch it on Channel 20. And I'd like the board to entertain the idea of just automatically sponsoring this every 2 years without having to go through everything that they had to do. And I printed it out. I couldn't believe the red tape that they had to go through. Yeah, they were. So I would just, and I'm not suggesting at this time that we finance every 2 years the actual taping of it. But I'd like to relieve the League of Women Voters from having the red tape every 2 years. So if we could just be automatically a sponsor every if they desire to take it.
Board consensus? Everybody agree with that? It's a public good. Is there any particular action that we should take in order to do that, Cliff?
No, I don't think so. I think when Roberta sends the things we want scheduled on, she'll just do that knowing she has your authority to do so, or your consensus.
I think that will work well.
Good.
Thank you. Good solution. I would like to propose a Colony Ridge Committee to the board, or our half of a Colony Ridge Committee. First, Cliff, will you tell us if we've gotten the lease back from Colony Ridge?
We've gotten that it's on its way, but I do not believe we've actually physically been delivered a copy of the lease yet.
Okay.
There's been no indication on their side that there's any issues or reasons why we don't. They're gonna think it's just sitting on somebody's desk, but they've indicated that we'll get it. And it's come at many requests.
Okay. And I've made a call to their vice president, I believe, for this region, to go ahead and try and get this committee set. But the members that I would propose would be Bob Edwards, Kathleen Brahoni, and Ben Riley. I think Mr. Edwards worked on the committee to review the situation, and I think his contracting experience will be immensely helpful. Kathleen Brahoni is a psychologist, I believe. Psychologist. And I think that mental health of those patients is very important as well, and we can have an opportunity to influence that. And Ben Riley is actually a nurse, so I think we've got a fairly good cross-section. Any other suggestions on that group? We get 3 and they get 3. Mm-hmm. And what I really want to do is get them started meeting so that we can have that input into the new improvements that are supposed to go on.
fine with me.
Okay. Entertain a motion to that effect?
Make a motion that we appoint the 3 persons that you mentioned to be on the Colony Ridge Committee.
Thank you. So we have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. And that's all I have. Any other business to come before the board at this time?
Closed session.
Yes, ma'am. And we do have 2 subjects for a closed session. One is the update on ongoing litigation per General Statute 143-318.11A3, and that is
And that's on the 2 Sansota cases.
Yes, sir, the 2 Sansota cases. And then to consider real property acquisition, GS 143-318.11A5. And those addresses,
3006 South Virginia Dare Trail and the Gillum Wood property, milepost 13 on Croatan Highway in the old Nags Head Post Office subdivision. I don't have a street address, but.
and I'll make that motion that we go into a closed session to consider those items.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. We're going to recess to a closed session, and we will come back out. We are back in open session from a closed session. Mr. Hobbs, if you'll report out from our closed session.
Yes, sir. I gave an update to the board on the 2 Sansota cases under the litigation provision. The other was the 2 properties that were identified in the motion. The board gave instructions to the town manager with regard to those properties to report back to the property owners.
Thank you very much, sir. There's any further business to come before the board this afternoon? We're going to stand in recess to our mid-month meeting.